Yeah, I love the music, but let's actually do our introductions because hey folks, welcome at a new version of DevSecCon 24. Um, we're at the APJ shift. This is the start of DevSecCon, and we're doing this. I'm not even sure how long we've been doing this, but we've been doing this for a while. So I'm happy that you are all here, and I'm here together with my dear colleague Vandana. Hi Vandana, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you, Brian?
I'm good. It's early morning for me. Like it's just 6 a.m. So I need my coffee, which is not a big deal, but we're gonna get through this. Um, we need to start off with some announcements, I believe. So
Yeah, let's do it.
if you can bring these up. So hey folks, welcome at the DevSecCon 24. Can you remove the bar at the lower part? Is that possible?
Okay, let me see. Yes.
Yes. Now
Let's,
we have the full nice slide because the design team did such a great job to do that. So welcome at DevSecCon 24, folks. Yeah, this is the APJ region. So let's move forward.
yeah,
Um,
absolutely. Let's move forward. Let's share with
so
them about the stages.
yeah, do it. Tell me.
So here we have chat rooms, and next to the main stage, we have sessions, which you can take a look at it. There's a networking area, there is an expo area. You can find all the sessions with the agenda. And if you can see the schedule, sponsors, speakers, all of these things are listed over here. You can do the chatting here, and you can join us on Discord as well. We keep sharing all our details, and you can also Now, the interesting bit is when you want to join the Discord community where we are chit chatting, you can just go to devseccon.com and click on join community, and you would be able to join the DevSecCon channel. And let's go ahead and sponsor,
Also,
thanks to our
Also, don't
sponsors.
don't
Yes,
forget that can we go one slide back, because there was
yes.
a very important one on the lower end, and that is our donate
Mhm.
button. Our donate button, we try
Yes.
to we have this DevSecOn for Good program that we're helping now. So that means that everything you donate is getting to our good causes and our charities. We come back to that later. So let's go to the whole Discord file stuff. So yeah, join us on Discord. I mean, the DevSecOn community lives on Discord. If you go to devsecon.io/Discord community, please chime in, and speakers will be there. We will be there afterwards or during the sessions, but we will be there all the time. If you have questions or you want to have something and you want to share something, what is important to the whole community, please do that on our Discord community. It's a very lively community, and if you have questions or just things you want to share, go there and people will respond. So let's move forward in that one,
Yes.
because we could not have done this without our sponsors. I want to name them very quickly: Sneak, Bright, Ops Level, Stackhawk, Wiz, Git Guardian, Armor Code, and Teleport. And this is a free conference, and we could only have done this without we couldn't have done this without our sponsors. So I am very grateful that these sponsors are willing to help us, and all stuff that we get from the sponsors is either shared with you as prizes or will be as part of the DevSecOn for Good and be donated to our charity donations. Ooh,
We do
giveaways!
have our giveaway.
I love giveaways. Let's go through the giveaways. Yeah. As DevSecOn, we have our own giveaway. That is the giveaway that we do during the whole DevSecOn live streams on multiple levels. So that means we do this in the APJ region, in the EMEA region, and in the Americas region, and we give away Nintendo Switches. Mine is just broke, so I am competing as well. So you should follow DevSecOn on Twitter with @DevSecOn, and you have to DM us at least 2 codes, and these codes will be there on screen while you are watching the videos or the live stream as you do now. After talks, there will be a Twitter code. There will be a code that you can that you need to DM to the @DevSecOn handle to make sure that you can actually win. So you have to stay tuned though, and yeah, that's basically it. How you want to win. Uh, our sponsors do have giveaways as well. Like Bright has a $100 gift card that you can win, but you have to go to the sponsor area that you see on your screen. Go to the booth of Bright and make sure that you see their sessions, their demos that they have there. And if you opt in for that, you can win the gift card. Teleport has great hoodies and backpacks, as you can see. I mean, I love them. Same thing for Teleport. Go to the Teleport booth on DevSecOn and make sure that you're there to opt in for this for these goodies, and you will be informed whenever you win something. Armor Code has a $100 Amazon gift card. Same accounts for them. Go to the booth area. Just we want you to visit our sponsors, so visit Armor Code and submit your information over there, and you are eligible to win a $100 Amazon gift card. Oh, Wiz has tickets to Black Hat USA. I've never been there. You've been there, right?
Yes, I'm
You've
going
been
there
there,
as a
Mo.
speaker this time.
You're a speaker. You're a star there. I've never been there. But
Yeah, it's
if you
amazing.
want to be there and see Vandana on stage or something like that, visit the Wiz booth and submit your information there to be eligible to win Black Hat tickets.
Yeah.
Ops Level gives away Nintendo Switches as well, and same holds for Ops Level. Visit their booth and submit your information or submit the form that he needs you to do, and you're eligible for even more chances to win a Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, this time they are raffling two Nintendo Switches. So make sure you check out their booth.
So I already told you that the stuff that you donate, you've got the little donate button in your screen. That is DevSecOn for Good, or DSC for Good label, and all donations will be equally divided between our three causes: one tree planted, Girls in Tech, and NetHope. During our DevSecCon live stream, we will tell you more about our causes, why we do things. I think one tree planted is pretty self-explanatory. Girls in tech, we definitely need to make sure that we get more females in tech in general, and if we can help in any way, we do. And NetHope is a organization that brings technology to less fortunate people, like for instance refugees in camps, to make sure that they still have a connection to the outside world. Just one example, and they do much more, but you will see in our first break what NetHope does, and we will give you more explanation on that if you're interested.
Yeah, so Brian, I think we are ready to start with our first speaker, where
Ooh,
we would,
y-
yeah.
let me bring him on board. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, Brian. Hi, Vandana.
Hi,
Good to see you
Aviram, how
here.
are you?
I'm great. Great to see you both. Now it's 7 a.m. It's the best way to wake up. So thank you.
I understand. You're based in Israel, I assume.
Yeah, I'm based out of Israel, and yeah, very happy to be here. And I would like to share with our audience great insights about open source security tools. So thank you for the opportunity.
I think it's a great topic. You're kicking off with our keynote. Open source security is a big deal, specifically if you look at the whole supply chain. So let's, without further ado, let's bring up your slides like we do here, and I would say, hey, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Brian. So hi everyone. Today in our session, we'll talk about 5 open source security tools that every developer should know about. My name is Aviram Shmueli. I'm a co-founder and chief research and innovation at JIT. I live and breathe security for the last 25 years. I had the privilege to play on the attacker side, looking for vulnerabilities and exploitation, which is great, and also on defender side, which also was very important and proved to be valuable wherever I was. So I enjoyed both parts, the attacker side and the defender side, and this is my passion, doing working in the security industry. At JIT is a product security orchestration platform for dev organizations, for developers, DevOps, and DevSecOps people. At JIT, we leverage open source security tools and also commercial tools and provide them as one unified platform. This led us at JIT to explore many security tools. Many of them are open source. We created automated benchmarking, and we were able to understand quite easily which open source is better and which one, for example, should be used also by other people. So these are the insights that I would like to share with you in this talk. So, open source security tooling has seen a massive growth and maturity in the last few decades. Today, there are very, very good, high quality open source security tools, and some of them provide a good competition to commercial tools, and sometimes they even surpass the functionality of some of them. There are also active communities behind these open source tools, which benefit with the tools. For example, the active community supports the the bug fixing, they are made very rapidly whenever there are active communities. And they also leverage the crowd wisdom, which is great. Also, many open source security tools are provide a good experience for developers. This is why developers would like to use them. So in short, open source security tooling could be great. The question is how we select them, because there are many of them. So in this talk, we're going to talk about few aspects of selection of security tools, open source security tools. First, we will decide upon the 5 categories of tools that we would like to consider. There are more than 5, but we'll focus on 5. Then we'll talk about how to evaluate an open source security tool. I will share with you our recommendation according to the benchmarking that we did. And we'll talk also about how we can leverage these tools to create adoption in the organization. And there will be also a few other stuff that we will talk about. So first, we would like to see which categories of product security we would like to focus on. So there is code scanning that you're all familiar with. There's also the category of dependency check, what is called in the industry SCA. There's also another category which is related to code scanning, but it's focused on infrastructure as code scanning. There is also web app scanning and API scanning, container image scanning. We can also do cloud scanning with open source security tools, Kubernetes scanning, whether it's static or in runtime. And there are another category which is related to the configuration of your SCM, for example, GitHub. There is category which is related to how do we look for misconfiguration in the components which compose our CI/CD pipeline, for example, GitHub. So there is plenty of security offering which is related to these categories, and there are also more categories than that. But I would like to focus on 5. Code scanning, dependency checks, which is the SCA, infrastructure as code scanning, container scanning, and web app scanning. And throughout this talk, we will delve into these categories and we will see which tools we decided to work with and why. So the question now is, how are we going to evaluate an open source security tool? First, we need to make sure that it works, right? This is the first and foremost, most basic consideration. The tool should work. It should provide good detection, low false positive rate, and high true positive rate. These tools also need to provide a dev experience. If we would like to leverage these tools by our engineering, we need to make sure that they are friendly to engineers. So they should provide a good user experience for developers. They need to be mature. If you would like to use a security tool in production, we need to make sure that there is a large community behind it. Bugs are gonna be fixed. There are a lot of contributors which are involved in this tool. People are using it. You can check it, for example, by the number of stars. But basically, this should be a tool that someone is working on. And customizability, which means that the tool needs to provide a way to get it customed. For example, adding rules, extending its policies, and so forth. So this is what we talked about: result quality related to false positives, false negative, true positive. Developer experience, it should be fast. It should run everywhere in the terminal, in the IDE, inside the CI. Developers need to be able to run the tool by themselves. And the maturity aspect, the tool should be popular. It should be, there should be enough contributor to this tool. Bugs should be fixed quickly. The licensing model should permit our usage. And customizability, related to the way, the capability to extend tool with our own rules and to customize it to our own needs. Okay, so let's start with code scanning. So the mission of code scanning is to identify vulnerabilities in the code as soon as possible, meaning doing a shift left as much as we can, finding these code vulnerabilities in the IDE or in the CI. And many times these tools, they cover the OWASP top 10 and another list of risks. Also, these tools can discover secrets. Secrets include, credentials, keys, and so forth. This subdomain, the secret detection, is also part of the code scanners. So basically, we would like to run a code scanner on our code to look for issues as early as possible in the software development lifecycle, and hopefully to remediate them. There are plenty of tools in the open source community today that provide code scanning. Many of them, by the way, they are focused on specific language. For example, Bandit is a tool which is focused on Python. Robocop and Brakeman are focused on Ruby. And AWS Git Secret is focused on secret detection, and GitLeaks focused on secret detection. We decided to go with SEMGREP. The reason is that SEMGREP detection is working amazingly. It's a very reliable tool with a high true positive rate and low false positive rate. It has a library of more than 2,000 rules ported from other open source solutions like GitLeaks, FindSecBugs, GoSec, and others. And it supports over 30 languages. That means that if you would like, for example, to initiate code scanning for your project, most probably that it will be supported by SEMGREP. Moreover, you'll be able to import the rules from SEMGREP libraries and to use these rules in your project. So there is a wide range of capabilities, detection capabilities that are provided by SEMGREP. For example, if you would like to leverage the SEMGREP rules which are related to GitLeaks, you can just run SEMGREP with p/ and GitLeaks, and your execution, this current execution of SEMGREP, will apply the GitLeaks rule. So it's very extensive. There's a lot of more than 2,000 security detection rules, which are provided by SEMGREP. Also, SEMGREP can run everywhere. It can run in the CLI and CI/CD as a Docker in the IDE, and it's very fast. So it's very, very dev friendly, and really, you can run SEMGREP on your terminal in less than 1 minute. Very easy to use, and it's customized. It's you can write your own rules. You can extend SEMGREP with your own rule, and it's very easy. And this is what we did, for example, at JIT. We developed our customized rules, and we're using this rule. Very easy and straightforward. Also, SEMGREP is a very popular rule, a very popular security tool. You can see in GitHub according to the number of stars and number of contributors. There's a huge community that contributes to SEMGREP, and yeah, it's very popular. So we decided to go with SEMGREP to enjoy the library of rules, its extensibility, and its massive popularity. Okay, let's move to the next category, which is dependency check, what is called SCA. So the purpose with SCA is to detect open source components, open source library and packages with publicly disclosed vulnerabilities, which means that vulnerabilities which are known and were published. In this case, also we have plenty of tools that are open source. For example, OSV Scanner, which is a tool supported by Google. NPM Audit, which is focused on JavaScript with NPM package. Dependency Check, which is a SCA solution for Java, and so forth. We decided to go with OSV Scanner. OSV Scanner provides a very good detection because it's based on OSV Dev database, which is maintained by Google, and it actually aggregates curated sources of vulnerabilities. It also supports 13 languages, which means that if you would like to do an SCA for your project and you use more than one language, then you can use that with OSV Scanner, which will provide coverage to the languages that you use, and you will not need to work with more than one tool. Also, OSV Scanner can run locally in the terminal, in the IDE, and the CI. In that term, it's very friendly to use by developers. Again, it can also be invoked very easily by developers, and for that, it is very friendly. OSV Scanner is able to scan different log files for different languages and package managers, and it provides customability options. For example, you can do all sorts of configuration. For example, recursive scanning if your repo has subdirectories, or you can also ignore some subdirectories. So it's very flexible, and it's gaining a lot of popularity in the recent year. And we expect that it will grow even better and provide more remediation capabilities according to what the maintainers say. And having the remediation capabilities is very powerful in SCA, because not only that we would like to detect packages with known vulnerability, we would also like to to have a way to fix or to upgrade these packages, and the tool provides that today to some extent, and will enhance this capability according to what the maintainers say. So that's great. So this is how the OSV Scanner output looks like, and you can see that, for example, it detected XSS in a Django library 2.1.5, and it also provides information that it was introduced in 2.0.0 and it's fixed from this version. And this is the beginning of providing, advice or guidelines about what you should do. And in the future, we also believe that they will do the remediation by themselves. Okay, let's move on to the infrastructure as code scanning. And the idea here is to detect security misconfigurations in infrastructure as code before they reach the cloud. This is the best way to catch cloud-related misconfiguration, because in a progressive organization where they start with infrastructure as code, this will be the best way to catch a misconfiguration or security issues and to fix them while they are at the code level and before they are deployed to production. There are many vulnerabilities that can be associated with infrastructure as code, starting with missing encryption, for example, to S3 buckets, excessive access, many times lack of proper configuration of security group can result in excessive access. For example, being able to connect to your machine from everywhere to certain port or to all ports. So these are some well-known misconfigurations related to excessive access, the fact that there is no logging, and others. So there is a bunch of vulnerabilities which are related with when we write infrastructure as code. And these tools, their purpose is to catch these vulnerabilities and misconfiguration. In that case, there are also, you see, there are many security tools which are great, that look for infrastructure as code misconfigurations. Checkov by Breach Rule, Kix by Checkmark, TFX by Aqua, Terrascan by Tenable, and others. And this is great. Whenever we have a community which backs the open source, it gives it point, because it means that someone is maintaining this open source, most probably. And yeah, in general, these all tools do a great job. However, we decided to go with Kix, and the reason we did that, it's because Kix provides out of the box more than 2,000 queries, and each query looks for a certain misconfiguration or vulnerability in infrastructure as code, which is great. All of that come out of the box. Kix also supports 18 frameworks, for example, Terraform, CloudFormation, Pulumi. All of that are supported out of the box by Kix. From the developer experience, Kix did something great, which is supporting about 200 of remediations, which means that for about 200 of their detection capabilities, they will also provide you a guideline how to fix this piece of code. This is very powerful, because we believe that everyone should have the fix first mindset, not just about detection, but also about remediation, because we want to remediate eventually, not just to get flagged about all detections, all vulnerabilities that we have, but also to find a way to fix them effectively. So Kix, in that sense, does a very good job while providing these 200 remediation recipes. Also, Kix, it can be invoked very easily. It can be executed locally in the CI and through the IDE, and it can also be extended. The queries, by the way, are written in OPA using Rego language. And again, there is a growing popularity and number of community contributors, and including JIT, for example. So this is a sample of an output coming from Kix. So you can see here an EBS, Amazon Elastic Block Store, which has no encryption. You see, I marked it here. I made this comment to make sure that it's not encrypted when it is defined. And Kix will say, I scanned this piece of code, and the EBS volume is not encrypted. This is a medium severity issue, and it will also provide a fix for that. So in this case, this is a simple example of how Kix does the analysis for Terraform code. Let's move on to container scanning. So the mission of container scanning is to detect vulnerabilities and configuration issues in container images. We compared 3 tools, Trivy, Claire, and Gripe, and we decided to go with Trivy. Not only Trivy provides a very good detection quality, it also supports container images, file system, Git repos, and other. It's very easy to use. It is fast. There is no setup or prerequisites required. And again, it can run everywhere. To run Trivy, you can run it using the extensibility through its modules. You can write, for example, your detection logic, and there are plugins that you can use to extend the CLI. Also, in terms of maturity, this is a very, very popular tool with a large community behind it. So let's see an example. Here I asked Trivi to scan a container image, WordPress, and we see a list of findings which are related to specific library, which is part of this image. The library is the libc bin, and these are the CVs which are related to this container image. Okay, the last category that we would like to discuss is the web app scanning. The mission of web app scanning is to detect vulnerabilities in web applications and API while they are running. DAST, the dynamic application security testing, is a very, very popular vertical in security, and it's also a well-known vertical, which means that it was born decades ago. In this case, we benchmarked 4 tools: Zap, Nikto, Wapiti, and Arachne. We decided to go with Zap. Zap is a huge project. It has numerous features, and it can detect the OWASP top 10 very easily. It has more than 250 rules for detection. Some of them are passive rules and some are active rules. With active rules, Zap is trying to generate attacks towards the web application that you would like to explore or to pen test. And also there is the other way around is the passive rules, which means that Zap just examines the response and the request and tries to understand according to headers if there is some misconfiguration. So there are 2 different rule sets, and they are all supported by Zap. Zap can run also everywhere as a Docker from your terminal, or they also provide a desktop app, and you can also run it headlessly. So you can integrate it to your CI/CD pipeline. This is a very, very popular project, which is considered to be one of the GitHub top 10, top 1,000. So it's highly popular and usable. There's also a Zap marketplace with about 100 of plugins that you can use. For example, you can write your own script to customize Zap. There is a UI for Zap. There is the active and passive scanning, and many capabilities which are extensions to the core Zap. It's a large project that his maintainer was working on it for many years so far, and the results are very good. It's very fascinating, to try Zap on a vulnerable web application and to see how it detects SQL injection and other injection techniques. So this is an example of an output coming from Zap. So in this case, Zap detected the cross-site scripting, and it provides the details about it and how it provides an evidence and how it simulated the attack, and also other relevant pieces of information. Okay, so to sum it up, we examined, we were interested to cover 5 categories of open source security tools, and we decided to go with these 5 according to our testing. SEMGREP for code scanning and secrets, OSV scanner for SCA, Kix for infrastructure as code scanning, Trivi for container scanning, and Zap for web application scanning. Okay, so we understood which categories we would like to explore and which one are important to start with. We also evaluated this open source security tools, and I shared with you our recommendation. But now the question is, How are we going to leverage this tool if we are going to use them? So my recommendation is to keep your development team involved from day one. It's very important to keep them engaged and involved, because if you would like to implement security, which starts with the developers, they need to like the tools and and you know and appreciate what they are using. And I would also say that it's important to start small with a small scope. It's also important to start with a non-blocking mode. Otherwise, if there will be false positive, and false positive may occur, and it will be operating in a blocking mode, then it can create frustration, and developers will not want to use it. So I would recommend to start with a non-blocking mode, and this will be at least as a start until your developers will like it and gain some trust, and then you can switch to blocking mode. It's also important to get feedback from developers, make them heard, so they can share valuable feedback with you. This will enable you to tune the tool and its settings, and to expand the rollout for other assets in the future. It's also important to establish and track KPIs. For example, are my developers using the tool? Do they do remediation? Do they just ignore everything they see? So it's important to track these KPIs and to use them as before you make a decision to expand the rollout or to switch a tool. Okay, so is this it? This is all we need to take care about, just selecting the tool and harnessing our developers? So the answer is no. And this is because we have few other challenges. First, how are we going to scale the rollout of a tool? Let's say that we started with 3 repos that only one team is working on. How are we going to expand the rollout to 100 repos? Is it going to be easy? How am going to configure that? What's going to be the impact on the entire development team? How am I going to achieve a consistent behavior across all tools? Let's say that I picked up these 5 security tools. Each of them has a different interface. Their output looks different. Their interface are different. Maybe they speak with a different terminology. We will need to create some kind of a normalization layer that will take their output and will create a unified interface. We also need to create a unified interface in terms of how to execute these tools. Some can be executed as a container, other has a user interface. How are we going to create the same consistent behavior with all tools, which are born different, and they are different? What are we going to do with upgrades? The tools that I shared with you, they are very popular and they have a large community behind them. The maintainers take care about them. So there are constant upgrades and bug fixes. How are we going to manage all of that? When working with 5 security tools, it may happen that you will need to do an upgrade for at least one every week or 2. So how are you going to manage that? Another aspect is how to differentiate the experience of all the backlog, all the vulnerabilities that are detected on our code base, which is the existing code base, and all the vulnerabilities which were discovered when scanning this code base, versus new vulnerabilities from the moment that you install the tool. We believe that there should be different experiences here, because your developers, which are now getting to work with a new tool, they don't want to deal with vulnerabilities detected on 2 years old code base which does not actually relate to what they currently do. Developers would like to work on to fix issues which are related to what they are doing right now. So if I'm writing a new piece of code, the best experience for me would be to get vulnerabilities which are related to what I'm doing right now, not to old vulnerabilities which exist in my code base for the last few years. So how do differentiate between these two experiences? Finding old vulnerabilities to new vulnerabilities. And also, we will need to measure the remediation guidance. Was it good or not? So even if we provide that out of the box, we need to understand to measure whether our developers are satisfied with the remediation. Does it work? Or maybe it's a not that accurate remediation. So this should be also measured and tracked. The measuring is very important part of having security tools, and especially open source security tools. It's very important. And for example, you can track your security detection rate, which means that how often a scam contains a security finding, the mean time to resolve, how much time it takes me to resolve a vulnerability from the moment I see it, and the exposure window, for how long findings remain open in my organization until they fixed. These metrics can teach us about how our team is doing in terms of security. Is my team improving during time? How bad in terms of security is my code is, and also another learnings. So it's important to also to measure these KPIs. Okay, so I hope it was interesting for you. If you will try one of these open sources and maybe adopt it, I feel that I did my job. We at JIT, we appreciate open source security tools. They are part of our platform, and we believe that some of them are very popular and provide high quality, which is not less, which is rival and provides a good competition to other commercial tools. So feel free to write to me at aviram@jit.io, or to send me a tweet or LinkedIn message, and I will be try to answer as soon as possible.
Thank you so much, Aviram. I mean, this was simply great. I mean, the overview of the amount of tools there are there, and giving them 5 specific tools that people can use is, I think, a great start for any developer to just get started. There were some questions, but we are out of time, and the next speakers are already there. I have to put up this slide because people want to win their stuff. If you still have questions for Aviram afterwards, please feel free to chime in with him, as he said, on Twitter, LinkedIn, post your questions on Discord, whatever. I mean, people are more than happy to help you, and Aviram is more than happy to connect with you if you connect with him on Twitter and
Sure.
LinkedIn. So
Sure.
Thank you so much for this talk, Aviram. You see the code, everybody, you see the code in your screen now, and that is what you need to do if you want to win the prizes. But I leave it now up to Vandana to introduce our next speakers. Thank you, Aviram. Have a great day. And
sure, my pleasure.
It was a good morning. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Aviram. Thank you so much, Brian. And they need to actually post these codes to the DevSecCon Twitter. Then only they'll be able to win. So keep posting their questions. Now, let's bring our next speakers who are going to be speaking about OWASP top 10 security APIs, but with the flavor of GraphQL. So let's get them rolling. And
I have them
so
in
we
there,
have.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, amazing. Thanks, Antoine and Tristan, for joining us.
Hi.
And we're looking forward to hearing about OWASP Top 10 Security API with a GraphQL flavor.
Absolutely.
Over to you. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, Alain. Excited to be here today to present this study on the OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities in GraphQL. Excellent. Okay, so thanks for coming here today to listen to our talk. We are Escape. We are a GraphQL security company, an API security company, and we built the first automated security testing platform that is able to test the business logic of APIs, and more specifically of GraphQL APIs, because we have a very strong focus on GraphQL at first. In this study, we are going to present the results of an analysis of more than 1,500 production GraphQL APIs that we scanned in the wild, on the wild internet, that we detected, who are public APIs. It took us more than 400 cumulative computation hours to get the result of this study. So this is a very serious research that we did. And we found in total more than 40,000 security alerts in those 1,500 production API that we scanned. So this is a quite consequent result. So on average, we found almost 30 security alerts per GraphQL app. And please keep in mind that those were scans that we did in a completely unauthenticated manner on the wild internet. So the result is pretty impressive compared to the low touch that we made on the GraphQL endpoint. So I'm Tristan. I'm the co-founder and CEO of the company, and I'm speaking today with my co-founder Antoine here, who is the co-founder and CTO, and can give a glimpse on the technical details on how we created those results. And the full result of this study can be accessible in the State of GraphQL Security report that we published a few weeks ago. So now I will let Antoine start about why is GraphQL specifically vulnerable compared to other kind of APIs before we jump into the results.
Okay, so thank you very much, Tristan. So indeed, the first question we have to ask ourselves actually is why is GraphQL so vulnerable? So first things first, GraphQL is a query language for database that is used in production by companies in every Fortune 500 verticals, such as retail, finance, travel, and so on. And this mainly thanks to its amazing federation capabilities that allows to combine multiple API sources together, whether they are REST, GraphQL, and so on. So GraphQL is an amazing query language, but with great features comes great responsibilities. Indeed, every single of the GraphQL specific features we can see here is in fact also a potential source of vulnerabilities. In addition, GraphQL is a graph. So it connects resources together. And in particular, one single resource can be accessed by a massive number of different paths, which makes access control very difficult to ensure in GraphQL applications. Okay. So the second thing that is really important to understand is how much hard it is to test GraphQL APIs and why is it hard to collect the data we are going to present you today in this speech. And the first thing to understand here is that if we simply test dynamically an API using random payloads, we don't pass the data validation layer. And therefore, so the requests, they don't pass the data validation layer, and therefore they cannot really assess the business logic of an API. And especially from a security standpoint, it would not make a lot of sense. This is why we developed a unique technology that we call feedback-driven API exploration that is able to test APIs, GraphQL APIs in particular, with a super high coverage. It does not require any agent or no traffic capture, so it does not access the production data of the customers. So to illustrate, let's take the example of an e-commerce platform with two kinds of users to explain why assessing the business logic is really important. Imagine in this e-commerce platform, you have two kinds of users. First are sellers that should not be able to see, to see the orders of all the customers. And the other category of users are buyers that should not be able to see the orders of other buyers. So to test that business logic case, this required to have a running application that has at least one seller, two buyers, one product on sales, and two pending orders from two different buyers. So with our unique feedback-driven API exploration algorithm, we generate the legitimate requests that can test this situation, and this at every update of the application. The second thing, again, is that GraphQL is a graph. Okay, so the algorithm that can assess the security of GraphQL application must ensure to test the conditions are valid for every single pass in this graph again. Okay, so what about the findings? We found almost 50,000 security alerts during our different scans, and it happens that 10% of them were of critical severity. Here, we created our own classification that makes more sense according to GraphQL ecosystem, and here is the mapping with the OWASP Top 10 23. And very interestingly, we can see that three main categories of vulnerabilities are actually emerging, and this is what Tristan is going to explore now with you.
Thank you, Antoine. Yes, exactly. So first, let's break down the different vulnerabilities that we found during this study. And first, what we can observe is that a lot of them, the most frequent ones actually, are GraphQL specific. They are specific to GraphQL. So let's take a quick look at what it looks like. If we take a look, we see that the three first major vulnerabilities are complexity one, and denial of service and information disclosure through exploiting features of the GraphQL language. So let's take a deep dive into that. So the first vulnerability, the top vulnerability that we found in most GraphQL endpoints is brute forcing API requests through what is called GraphQL batching or aliasing. So GraphQL has a feature which is called batching or aliasing that allows to send several GraphQL requests in one single HTTP request. And this can be abused to bypass the API rate limitations, because you can send multiple requests in one single HTTP request. And if the rate limitation is made at the HTTP level, it will just miss the real number of requests that you are sending. And this is a problem because it can be exploited to brute force the API and, for instance, brute force authentication. So we can see that on the next slide. Yeah, exactly. So for instance, in this case, I can send multiple login requests with the same in a single HTTP request using GraphQL aliasing and test multiple combination of usernames and passwords and try to find the right combination. So this is a very important vulnerability that is entirely specific to GraphQL and that you should care about if you're building GraphQL for production. The second one is denial of service again through fragments. So fragments are a piece of logic that can be shared between multiple queries. It's kind of like a function in GraphQL or a template. But the problem with fragments is that if you create a fragment that calls itself, so a recursive fragment, it can lead to infinite recursive loop and crash the GraphQL server, which is what is displayed on the next slide. So yeah, exactly. Here we can see that we created a fragment, and this fragment X calls the fragment Y, and the fragment Y calls the fragment X. And if we launch this query against a GraphQL server, we can see that it will reach the maximum call stack size and crash the GraphQL server, creating a denial of service and consuming a lot of resource. So again, this vulnerability is one of the top vulnerabilities that exist in GraphQL, and a lot of GraphQL servers are vulnerable to it in the wild, from what we observe in our study. And then the last kind of vulnerability that we found is the internal API schema leak. So in some cases, when you are not creating a public API, you don't want to display, to show the schema of your GraphQL endpoint, of your GraphQL API. You don't want to disclose what are the resources that can be fetched by the client. So you disable what is called in GraphQL the introspection that enable your clients to understand what they can query using your API. But the problem is there is a feature in GraphQL which is called the field suggestion, which is like suggesting you possible queries if you made a typo in a name. And this feature stays activated even when you deactivate the access to the schema. And if you use this to brute force, you can actually build back the real schema by fuzzing possible inputs and fetching the suggestions that the GraphQL server sends you back. So in this example, for instance, the example that I was showing, we see that we were able to build back a full schema of the API that is displayed. So this was not supposed to be accessible, but we were still able to build it back. And we can see that there is an update admin mutation, so the equivalent of an update admin post request. And this one was actually not protected using authentication because it was believed to be completely hidden. So we were able to manipulate the administrator account of this API. So we took a quick review of the different vulnerabilities that are specific to GraphQL, but classic API's vulnerabilities are still there, and we can still observe several of them among the GraphQL endpoint. So there are a lot of HTTP level errors, so server errors, unhandled server errors. We have a lot of stack traces that disclose too much information in the different endpoints. And we have also access control problems and injections, which are still quite common among what we found in the API. So API error and stack traces, disclosing internet data. So why is that a problem? A stack trace happened when you didn't handle properly an error in an API call, and the error message is sent back to the client. The problem with this practice is that the stack trace generally gives a lot of information about your code and probably about the libraries that you are using in your API, and one can leverage the open source database of vulnerabilities intelligence in order to understand if you have vulnerable libraries. So in this case, we can see a stack trace with a GraphQL error that shows that this person is using the gateway with a specific version. And this gateway, we can see in the vulnerability database of open source libraries that it has vulnerabilities that are known and that are affecting this specific package. So we have an attack vector there. The second problem is the access control issues. So we found a lot of routes, for instance, post routes, or in the case of GraphQL, mutations, which are the API routes that can be used to edit the content in the database, to edit resources. And those mutations were not protected. Nobody needed an authentication token to use them, which means that any unauthenticated user can perform operations on the database that changes the state of the database. So this is probably an access control problem, and it's often overlooked. And finally, injections. So injections are still there. We found 16 SQL or no SQL injections during the study, and one bash command injection. So believe it or not, but bash command injection in blind mode are still a thing, and 3 server-side request forgeries. So this is something that also must not be overlooked because it still happened in GraphQL APIs in 2023. Finally, last but not least, we found sensitive data that was made public in those API. And we found a pretty large amount of it. So this is something that must be taken into account when you're exposing API. So what did we find? We found more than 4,000 different potential PII and token leaks. We found, of course, emails, phone numbers, but also API keys, AWS token, and so on. So if we take a look, if we break down by frequency, by the amount, we can see that what we found much more was emails and phone numbers, so probably PII, passport number as well, and then what's even worse, API keys. So we found AWS, GCP keys, we found private RSA tokens, we found specific API tokens for Adobe, for Asana, for GitHub, for Slack, for SendGrid, so for several services. All those tokens were mostly present in error messages from the API, so they were sent in error messages directly to the end client. So if we wrap that up through the lens of OWASP top 10, we can see that there are a lot of denial of service and potential complexity issues in GraphQL if it's not configured properly. So it's API 04, unrestricted resource consumption that's present here. And then we have a lot of vulnerabilities linked to API 01, API 02, API 03, and API 05. So everything that is like broken object level, function level authorization, or broken authentication. This is very complicated in GraphQL due to GraphQL's graph nature, which makes it pretty hard to handle from an authentication and authorization point of view. And then we have a lot of security misconfiguration and information disclosure. So API 07, security misconfiguration. This is because by default, the GraphQL engines and most GraphQL engines that exist are very permissive in terms of what they accept, the queries they accept. So you have to put the good security defaults on a new production GraphQL server in order to avoid accepting too many queries, including queries that are malicious and that could lead to problems in your production environments. Okay. So to conclude, you can find the results of this study again in the state of GraphQL security. So feel free to take a look if you want to have more details about the breakdown of the findings that we had. And if you want to have a quick highlight of the results. No, I think
it's the end of the.
Okay, this is the end of the presentation. Sorry, I thought we had one more slide with the result, but we don't have it. So thanks for listening to us. We are happy to take a few questions because I see we have like 6 minutes left, something like that. So happy to answer questions.
Yeah.
So first question from my side, how did you find out about all these things? What was the way you researched all of this and looked at it? I mean, I'm pretty stunned that there, for instance, so many people put keys in their GraphQL system. I mean, it's still mind blowing that now 2023. These things happen. But how did you do the research? What was your way of gathering this information?
Yeah. So we have an internal team that is led by Antoine, actually, that researches the 0 day in GraphQL engines and in GraphQL APIs. And what we did is we used bug bounty programs in order to test and to try to learn what are the common vulnerabilities. And also, we did research on the engines themselves. So we took a look at the code of the GraphQL engines themselves. We tried to manipulate them in every different way possible in order to find vulnerabilities inside of them.
And what is important to notice here is that the study was made on production-ready GraphQL endpoints that were publicly available on the internet, but that are qualitative GraphQL endpoints. I mean, GraphQL endpoints used by real companies that are sometimes famous, and it was just a very, very passive way to collect this data. And what is very strange is that just by doing some unauthenticated requests, non-destructive requests that are just reading things, you can very easily collect all those tokens and sensitive information in a very passive manner, and that's what is quite frightening in GraphQL, I would say.
Yep, it is, but it's even more frightening if you say like most of these or a bunch of these things were just open, accessible
Absolutely.
GraphQL databases that you could just access. I mean, it's already a thing if it is there, and all these things are there in a so much private thing for a huge company, because hey, internal threats are just as important as external threats. But if you put keys in, and that was the most one that was so mind blowing to me. Like, okay, I get it that there is the things that you can use multiple ways to try to log in, but that you put keys in it still, that people still do that. That's like amazing.
Yeah, so sometimes it can be very basic, like you have support messages and someone from the support sent a comment about a customer and it just says, hey, this is the connection key for this user. And here with simple tokenization, you can identify the key and say, okay, in this comment made by someone internally, we can see a key of one of the customer, and this comment is actually accessible publicly on the internet by querying the API in a specific way.
So what are there any good ways to prevent this? I mean, a lot of it is just process and make sure that you don't put this in these messages. Yes, sure, I get that, but we all make we all make mistakes. Like, and I know like internally we use Slack. And sometimes you put a message in, but I know that if I delete it, it's actually getting deleted. But do you have any pointers on that? How to prevent, like solving things, yes, but how to prevent these kind of situations?
Yeah. So first thing, I would say like training is very important. We are building resources to help developers get better at protecting GraphQL and creating safe GraphQL APIs. So I think training and awareness at the first step, and then implementing all the best practices. We are pushing hard at Escape toward developing those best practices for making them available to the wider community. And I mean, once you start understanding what are the common security flows, it's a first step towards actually mitigating them and protecting your endpoints in production. We also have an open source package, which is called GraphQL Armor. And this open source package can be installed in one line of code. And it actually implements a dozen of best practices out of the box for any GraphQL endpoints in order to avoid this kind of security flows in production GraphQL. Very easy to use, so I encourage the community to check it out.
Yeah, sure. If you have anything to share, feel free to either put it in the chat or something like that, and we can pass it forward. For everybody that has more questions, if you're watching through Hopin, there is a speaker page, and every speaker, almost all the speakers, have their LinkedIn profiles and Twitter profiles connected. So feel free to connect with all of the speakers if you have more in-depth questions, or you're like, hey, this is a specific edge case that I don't want to scream out into the world because, hey, maybe we're vulnerable. You don't want to say that out loud. I get it. But just to gather information specifically through, for instance, these folks that know a ton of GraphQL. I just played around with it. I haven't used it in production because I didn't need to. But if you have questions, feel free to connect to each of and every one of these speakers directly through LinkedIn or Twitter, or drop in our DevSecCon Discord, because people are happy to share, because we're all a great community, and hopefully we can do that even more. Antoine and Tristan, I want to thank you for this insightful presentation. I will take you offline now, and we go ahead with the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you, Vandana.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Vandana, for having us today.
Thank you.
Cool. All right, let's put this one on, because we're actually again finished the presentation, and you know, after every presentation, we give you a code. With this code, you can basically opt in for the raffle for our Nintendo Switch. We have 3 Nintendo Switches available. So make sure that you follow DevSecCon on Twitter, and you DM at least 2 of these codes. So this is already the second, so you should already be able to at least DM at least 1 code, so you are opting in for that Nintendo Switch. So Vandana, who's the next speaker?
All right, so next speaker is a very good friend of mine, Sandesh. Hi, Sandesh.
Hey, Vandana. Hey, Brian. How are you guys?
We're doing great. How are you?
Not too bad. Pretty excited.
All right, cool. Hey, if you can quickly share your screen, then we can put you on board. I mean, we saw that already earlier backstage, but probably has dropped off. Sometimes these things unfortunately happen.
Okay, let's see if
While
we can
he's
do
bringing up,
this.
well, let's share what he's going to be speaking about. So he's going to be speaking about how scaling, how tools generally in DevSecOps fail. Should we build or buy, or should we start with DAS, SAST, or do everything all at once? Do we really need security champions? If yes, how do we sell the idea to the engineering leadership? How well is our AppSec program doing? I am sure we all have these kind of questions, where what to do and where we are, what is the maturity level we are at. So let's hear from him while he's bringing up his screen. Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay.
The
Awesome.
stage is... Yep. Yes,
Go ahead,
Sandesh.
Sandesh. The stage is yours.
All right. Thanks a lot, Brian. Thank you, Vandana. And thanks for the lovely introduction, Vandana. I think you put things really, really well. So let's get started. I know I have 30 minutes. At any point, if you have questions, please feel free to type it out. I'm sure I know Brian will stream them to me at the end of the talk, Brian and Vandana. And I tend to speak a little fast. So if you want me to slow down, just let me know, and then in the chat, and I am happy to repeat a section or 2. So let's dive in. Just a little bit about me. I work at Razorpay's security team. Razorpay is India's largest payment gateway. It's also building a fintech stack for all digital businesses in India. We've been scaling incredibly over the last few years, and scaling engineering is a key part of that as well. And to give you a little bit of background about the Razorpay stack, right? Because it'll probably put some of the points I make in context. We are cloud first, so all our production workloads are on AWS. Mostly on AWS. We are microservices first, which means everything we build is part of a microservice. And we are API first, which means that our merchants across India integrate with us primarily through APIs. So everything we build is usually an API, right? So from that perspective, we kind of have kind of the cutting edge of a CI/CD pipeline, working in our ecosystem, and that's what we've been trying to secure for the last many years. And I was one of the earliest engineers to join the security team, and we've kind of scaled it to a full-blown security team right now. Apart from being at Razorpay, I also I'm author of Boring AppSec. Boring AppSec is a newsletter where I write about whatever catches my fancy. It's usually an essay on certain topics on application security. It's called Boring AppSec because a lot of us focus on bugs and fixing bugs and vulnerability research and stuff. And I want to talk about the other aspects of application security. So tongue-in-cheek called Boring AppSec. You can also follow me on LinkedIn and Twitter. Okay, so let's get started. So what are we going to talk about, right? So we're going to quickly talk about why DevSecOps is hard to scale. I'll kind of quickly run through that. I'll provide a few caveats about this talk, right? Because it's really hard to cover a topic like this in 30 minutes, right? So I want to make sure that there are certain caveats that I mentioned. I'll walk you through 4 frameworks, which has really helped us scale DevSecOps. And also I'll tell you exactly how it benefited Razorpay, right? And finally, we'll wrap it up with key takeaways. And if we have some time, we'll do some questions as well. So let's dive in. So why is DevSecOps so hard to scale, right? I think there are many reasons why, and I'll walk through 4 of them here, right? So first of all, when I started, working at Razorpay and I was looking for guidance on how to scale DevSecOps, what I found was most of the advice that you either find on the internet or by experts are well-meaning, right? And they probably work, but they come into the category of too generic or too specific, right? When I say too generic, something like shift left makes a lot of sense to me, right? And a lot of our success is because of shift left. But when somebody asks you to shift left, it's really hard to know what they mean and how it will work for your organization, right? So some of it is correct, but generic. And others are case studies, right? Now, case studies like how we scaled X is very inspiring, and it inspires you to do better. But it only works for that org. An example I want to give you is an excellent blog series by Netflix, right? So Netflix has engineering blog, which if you haven't checked it out, I would highly recommend you do it. And they have some blogs on how to scale their AppSec program, which was phenomenal. I was so inspired when I read them, right? But the reality is that works for Netflix, right? Netflix is a very different company from Razorpay, right? So how do we kind of apply that to Razorpay, right? And that becomes very hard. So when you consume advice on the internet, like you are with me today, be mindful of the fact that the advice can be generic or too specific, and you'll have to really temper that to your situation. And I mean, that's one of the reasons why it's hard to get like a playbook on how to scale DevSecOps just off the internet. Second is that DevSecOps creates a lot of drama in your engineering organization. So what do I mean by this, right? At first, application security, DevSecOps is very exciting. You're finding bugs, you have a bug bounty program, people are reporting issues, you're fixing them, you're feeling really good. But a few months in, it gets tiring, right? Your application teams are frustrated with the number of bugs you find. They're frustrated that their sprints are getting their sprints are getting stalled because of the bugs you find, and they're getting tired of this, right? And they want to just go ahead and build, right? And at that point is when you need to kind of figure out how do we reduce the drama, etc. And this is not something you realize when you start building a DevSecOps program, but as you scale, this becomes really, really hard. And this is one reason why it's hard to scale programs. Third is that in other areas of security, like let's say incident management, right? Most of the work is actually done by the security team, right? So they may have to coordinate with incident management or a few application teams or a few in the infrastructure teams, but the heavy lifting on security operations, threat intel, etc., is done by the security team. But that's not true about DevSecOps, specifically application security, right? A lot of the work actually has to be done by the application team. Security teams are just enablers, right? So you have to have the ability as a security professional to sell security to your engineers, right? And if you don't have that ability, in the long term, it becomes very hard to scale. Finally, it's very easy to create security debt in DevSecOps. What I mean by that is that you start off with programs which work very well initially, but as you scale, it becomes really hard to scale, or it leaves behind a lot of areas which are hard to scale. So, for example, manual penetration testing. You get some great bugs initially, but over time, there's no way you can scale it to hundreds of applications, right? And then if that's the only game in town, then you can't really scale your program. So these are at a very high level, why DevSecOps in general is hard to scale, right? And I can promise you, even at the end of these presentations, a lot of this will apply, which means that, you need to really build a program and do that for many, many quarters and years to kind of actually, get through all these challenges. Okay, so before I get into how you can actually scale your program, a few caveats, right? So treat the frameworks that I provide as a compass, not a GPS. What I mean by that is that the goal of the talk is to make you think. It's to give you a North Star to think about, and not give you turn-by-turn directions, right? So I'm not going to say step A, B, and C, and you've scaled your program. That's not going to happen, right? So the idea is to give you some ideas and thoughts, and then see how we can apply that to your org. Which goes into the second one, right? That each org is different, right? So while the basics of application security and DevSecOps and cloud security is kind of the same across the board, each org will have a different scaling journey, right? And it's important to respect that. Third thing is, you can take some of these frameworks and apply to other aspects of security too, especially given the first principles for security are kind of the same, whether it's product security or security operations or even compliance in some way, right? And finally, this is not exhaustive list of things to do when you scale your program. This is something that could fit in 30 minutes, right? So these are probably the 4 most important frameworks to scale, but there's obviously a lot more to be done. Okay, so with that out of the way, let's dive in. So first framework. One of the first things you do when you start a security program is you figure out how do you perform assessments, right? How do you find security vulnerabilities? In the previous talk, we heard about a company which spent so much time finding things with on systems which use GraphQL, right? But if you're a security professional who has a background in pen testing, that's usually where you start, right? And there's nothing really wrong with that. But while you scale, it becomes important to figure out which assessment type you want to choose, right? Now, the obvious question that comes to my head is, why not do everything? Why not do SAS, DAST, IEST, everything, right? The answer is pretty simple. It's a resource constraint, right? You can't possibly do everything all at once, right? You will not have the bandwidth or the budget to kind of pull it off, which means you'll have to pick things which give you maximum bang for the buck, right? And that's why choosing assessments are important. I break assessments down into 3 different types in my head, right? One, I would say, assessments which analyze design. So think about threat modeling, design reviews, etc. Second is assessment types which review code. So think about static analysis, software composition analysis, on manual code reviews. And finally, with simulate an attack. These are pen testing, DAS tools, red teaming, and so on and so forth, right? So you know all about assessment types. You know that you can't do all of them. All of them are useful in some ways. So how do you start, right? Which ones do you pick? So here's a framework that I want to talk to you about. So I think you need to think about 3 different aspects. One is support for scale. Second is support for customization. And third, how much drama does it create, right? So let's tackle the first one, support for scale. So what this essentially says is, how easy is it to get things up and running, get this assessment type up and running, right? So for instance, if you're doing manual pen testing, it's actually pretty easy to get it up and running once, but you can't really get it up and running for hundreds of applications at the same time, right? But for static analysis, this may be easy if, let's say, all your code is in a single place. Let's say all of them are in GitHub, all of your CI is through GitHub Actions. That's actually, SAS is pretty easy to automate, right? And the second thing is, how easy is this to teach? Like I said before, a lot of AppSec is done by developers and engineering teams. And if your assessment types are very, very hard to understand, like say threat modeling, then it becomes very hard to scale, right? So think about support for scale as the first, kind of axis on how to choose assessment type. Second is support for customization, right? It's really important that the assessment type and the tool you're choosing actually works for your environment, right? So you need to make sure that there are sufficient integrations in place so it can actually fit into the developer's workflow and not just the customer workflow, right? So if you have a third-party vendor doing pen test who's giving you PDF reports in dense language that nobody can understand, that does not integrate with your lifecycle, right? On the other hand, if you have a tool which kind of creates Jira tickets, creates PR comments, then that's good customization. The next is the ability to write custom rules, right? Now, look, I think, I've spent about 15 years in security, and I kind of know one thing, right? No tool can give you all the rules you need out of the box, right? Whether it's SAS, DAST, IEST, whatever it is, right? So what you really need is that you need to have a good basic rule set, but you need to have the ability to write rules that work for your organization, right? And this is a key aspect to think about when you're looking at customization, right? And the third one, which I think is kind of a little controversial, is about how much drama does it create, right? Now, let me be honest, right? Too much drama is not necessarily a bad thing. If you're in a company where your engineers are still not convinced about security, if you're just starting on a security journey in your company, then maybe some drama is good, right? If they don't understand why security is important, then doing a manual pen test and showing an exploit is actually a great way to convince them on why this is important, right? But it creates high drama. It creates fear in the minds of developers, where what you should actually be doing is giving them guidance on how to avoid this in the future, give them remediation guidance, and do it at scale, right? But that only works if they're already on board with security, right? If they're not, and if they need convincing, then maybe a little bit of drama is not such a bad thing, right? But you have to ask this question consciously on, do you want to create drama right now to drive awareness, or do you want to reduce drama because everyone's already aware and you just want to make it easy for them to kind of adopt these assessments, right? So in that sense, things like false positive raise and how long it takes to run becomes really important. Ideally, like a really, really low drama solution is something like a static analysis tool, which runs on every PR, gives you PR comments, and has very few false positives. That's a low drama event. A high drama event is like a pen test, which is manual, which takes 2 weeks to do, but gives you phenomenal exploitable results, which can, really, really make it lucid for developers on what's going on, right? And again, none of these are right, none of these are wrong. These are just 3 questions you should consider when you're choosing an assessment type. Okay, so how did this work for Razorpay, right? So when we started, like I mentioned, right, the first thing we did was we improved the quality of our manual penetration testing, and kind of got a bug bounty program going. And the reason we kind of did this was because we really wanted to show actually how security can cause impact in teams, right? So the best way to do that was we would do a manual pen test, we would kind of get a proof of concept, we would go present that to one team, and given the transparent nature in which Razorpay works, we were okay kind of demonstrating that to other teams as well, to say, hey, look, this is what happened to that team, this could happen to you as well, this is how they fixed it, and this is probably how you should do it. This was obviously not scalable, right? We could do this, it was limited by resources. So once kind of this manual penetration testing thing worked and people were a little more aware, we doubled down on SAST, right? We kind of made sure that, we used a tool called SamGrep, which worked very well for us. But basically what we did was we made it very easy for developers to adopt. We made it very transparent on how they have to fix it. And we made it very, very, we created incentives for fixing things early in the life cycle, right? It meant faster time to release. It meant lesser number of follow-ups from the security team and so on and so forth. And finally, we created a feedback loop between different assessment types, right? If even after having static analysis, if let's say a bug bounty hunter found a vulnerability that we had missed, then we would write a SamGrep rule for it, so that going forward, other teams can find it even before it happens, right? So this kind of a framework on choosing what kind of assessment type we want, and then kind of creating a feedback loop really helped us scale our assessments. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. So now you've figured out your assessment types and you've figured out how to find vulnerabilities. Let's say you also have a reasonable rhythm with your development teams on how to fix vulnerabilities. Next comes, how is the org doing on a whole, right? Are you improving over time? The two questions that executives usually ask about security programs, and this is true for application security as well, is one, is our program getting better over time? And two, are the investments we make giving us reasonable returns, right? The tools we buy, the people we've hired, the processes we have in place, is that working, right? So to answer these questions, I propose 4 metrics that we should track on a regular basis, right? So first one is what's called code coverage, right? Which means how much of our code is covered by our assessments, right? And you can't build code coverage without building an inventory first, right? Because you don't know how many applications you have. So build an inventory and figure out how much of your code is covered by assessments. So if you're doing SAST, and let's say you run SAST on 50% of your application, then that's 50% coverage, right? If you're doing manual pen testing only on high-risk applications, then code coverage for high-risk applications for pen testing is 100%, but it's probably like 10%, given only 10% of your applications are high risk, right? But it's important to have code coverage at multiple levels, right? Per assessment type, per business unit, and for the entire company. Next, once you have code coverage, the next important metric to track is defect density, which means of the code that was covered, how many defect exists for 1,000 lines of code. And that's an example. You can make it 10,000 lines of code, 100 lines of code. You can also say, instead of lines of code, I'll do per application. So you can say of the applications covered, how many defects exist per application. That's also a reasonable definition of defect density, right? So you have code coverage, which tells you how many applications, how much of the software is covered by assessments. Then it tells you, what is the average number of defects you have per unit, right? Which can be lines of code or applications. And then the third metric is, how quickly did you detect this, right? When you detected the bug, was this written 3 years ago? Was this through a check-in last week? And so on and so forth. That tells you how early you're kind of, finding vulnerabilities. And finally, MTTR, which is probably the most common metric used anyway, which is how much time did we take to fix these vulnerabilities, right? And I think, if you track these 4 vulnerabilities religiously, you can get a very good sense of where you stand today. And when you track this every day, every week, every month, you also get a sense of how your program is growing or how your program is getting better, right? The one caveat, so there are a few caveats I want to add here, right? So the one thing these metrics do not do is they do not tell you how good the quality of your assessments are, right? So for example, if you turn off all your static analysis rules, right, then your code coverage is going to be 100% and your defect density is going to be 0, and you're going to be very happy, right? But that's obviously gaming the system, right? So keep in mind, there's a limitation of this framework, is that it doesn't measure the quality of the assessments. You'll need different metrics for that. But assuming good quality of assessments, this tells you how development teams are doing. So that's the first caveat. The second caveat I want to say is that, there's not a whole lot of value aggregating these metrics at the company level. So when you say code coverage 60% for your entire company, and let's say your company has 1,000 developers, doesn't really make too much sense, right? But when you break it down by business units, or if you break it down by engineering manager level, so let's say there's an engineering manager who manages 4 different applications, and for him or her, if you say for them, if you say here's a code coverage, here's a defect density, that actually means something. That's actually a meaningful metric which they can use to improve the security program, right? So it's important to slice and dice this data in various ways that makes sense for your company, right? And finally, I think it's good to have a target metric for each thing. So for instance, if your software composition analysis code coverage is 70%, then you should say, hey, by Q3, we'll get to 90%, right? Now, you may or may not get there, but it gives you kind of a target to aim at and therefore improve over time, right? And it's really good to kind of commit to these things publicly within your company. So you have like a incentive mechanism to actually stick to those. So in general, first, figure out what assessments you want to do, then figure out the measurement tactics for these assessments and for the bugs discovered. So once you do those two, what's next, right? Before I get there, I kind of want to talk a little bit about how this helped Razorpay as well. One of the things we did was, once we decided on these metrics, we used an in-house BI tool, a business intelligence tool, to track some of these metrics. This made it very easy for engineers to access them, right? Typically, security teams kind of, go down the rabbit hole and create their own BI tool, which nobody has access to, which is very hard to understand, etc. Instead, we said, we'll go where the developers are and we'll give the metrics there, right? MTTR was, of the 4, MTTR was the one which we tracked like hawks, right? So we gave teams SLAs, and when they missed SLAs, there were consequences, there were escalations, etc., etc. And finally, MTTD was really hard to calculate at first, simply because, when you start a program, it's hard to know when the code was written or where the code is assembled from, right? So over time, we kind of developed other heuristics to kind of figure out how to calculate MTTD. But at first, it was kind of hard, right? And the data have to be manually captured. So if you're having a hard time figuring out how to do MTTD, don't sweat it. Focus on the other 3. Over time, you can improve how we do MTTD as well. Okay, so what's the next framework, right? The next framework, this is classic for all security leaders. This is like a constant argument you always have, which is on build versus buy, right? You figured out SAST is useful. You figured out you want to do manual pen testing. Do you build this capability in-house or do you buy it from outside, right? And I think this is an endless debate which will go on for long after this call, long after this presentation. But I want to give you a framework which helps you kind of understand, okay? And let's start with this assumption. Let's assume that we always build, okay? Except if certain criteria is met, right? If there are some exceptions which are met, okay? Let's just play along with me here. Now, once you kind of have that heuristic, right? Saying, okay, we'll build by default, except when certain conditions arise. Now you've got to define what those conditions are, right? The conditions are like what's presented in this framework here, right? So first, is there a risk involving a third party, right? If there's a risk involving a third party, then you have to build. You can't really buy, right? So for instance, if you're doing due diligence on a company that you're about to acquire, and you don't want to involve a third party because you don't want this information to leak out, then you got to kind of figure out how to do it with the resources you have, right? But let's say there's no risk involving a third party, so that's good. So then the question is there value in having an outside-in perspective, right? So things like threat intel platforms or static analysis rules, etc., are very hard to write in-house because you'll have to write rules for all of Java, or you'll have to figure out all the threats that are happening in the world. This is very resource intensive. You're better off having somebody from the outside kind of give you that information. So if there's no risk in involving a third party and there is value in having an outside-in perspective, you should probably consider buying, right? Now, if there is value, but you don't have an affordable turnkey solution, you should probably still build, right? Because what happens is sometimes you may have an amazing solution, but it may not be affordable, right? Or it may need a lot of customizations to make happen, which you have to build in-house, right? In which case, it may be a better decision to build versus buy. And finally, from a cost prohibitive perspective, I don't mean just money, but also from a skill and time perspective, right? So for instance, when we decided to buy SemGrep, we could have used the open source version of SemGrep, but we had a very small product security team at that point, and we didn't want to use the resources we have just to kind of customize the open source tool. So we chose to buy. But later, there were other things where we had the skill in-house, so we chose to build it, right? So I think these 4 questions, if you ask, it kind of scales really well, right? And you're able to make build versus buy decisions better. A couple of caveats. It's very interesting to understand the business need. Sometimes time to implement is very important, in which case, a decision, may be made, even if some of these criteria do not meet. And, this framework is not to kind of glorify building, right? In some companies, you may have to buy everything, and that's okay, right? But one pet peeve I have is that a lot of security leaders sometimes buy as a risk management strategy, right? So when something goes wrong, you can blame the vendor. I think that doesn't work, right? I mean, it may make you feel good in the short term, but in the long term, you're better off owning entire risk management on your own. So that's one pet peeve of mine where, I don't like buying, or I don't like advocating buying just to kind of, spread your risks. Okay, so this is the build versus buy framework. So how does this help Razorpay? First advantage is that we are a very engineering heavy company, right? We really take pride in having a world-class engineering team. And it's always nice to give engineers cool projects to work on. It keeps them motivated, and having a motivated security team is really important. So our team, the security team, really enjoyed building some of these things in-house, right? But we didn't let that come in the way of sound decision making, right? So like I mentioned, when we wanted to buy a commercial SaaS tool, we did it because we didn't have the bandwidth to adopt and customize open source software at that point. And finally, when we had to look for vulnerability management tools, we decided that it's better, to build something which caters to our needs. So we took an open source project like Defect Dojo, which is a phenomenal project, but customized it to suit our needs, right? But this is when we had the engineering talent to do this. So in Razorpay, we kind of tilted a little more heavily towards building, but your mileage may vary. Okay, so let's get to the last framework. And I believe that this is the most important framework that you have to build a DevSecOps program in your organization, right? Like I mentioned, things like application security, infrastructure security, securing your CI/CD pipeline, which to me are the three big components of DevSecOps, cannot scale with just the security team working hard, right? You can't double or triple your security team to meet demand, right? Which means you have to collaborate with various teams in your company to kind of make this happen, right? And I advocate using them as force multipliers, right? You should leverage other teams in your org to achieve these goals, right? Security champions is a great example that's often spoken about, and we have a phenomenally successful security champions team at Razorpay. I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute, but there's a lot more to be done, right? For instance, when you talk about training, you should really leverage your L&D team, right? If your L&D team already has a really good training platform, maybe leverage that. If they have really good relationship with training vendors, maybe leverage that, right? Secondly, if I work at the fintech company and we have like a massive risk management team, and they really understand risk, right? And they may be looking more at like fraud as opposed to like security things. But a lot of the risk management frameworks on how to quantify risk, what kind of risk is most important to us, they're actually really good at that. So if you work with them, they can actually help you quantify security risks to the organization as well. They're actually better, risk teams are better at that than security teams are. So collaborating with them actually helps you as well, right? With developers, obviously, things like defect tracking, helping them remediate vulnerabilities, building secure by default frameworks. These things are things that developers can do very easily. And HR teams can obviously, you can work with them very closely to figure out how to incentivize good behavior. If some team routinely fixes all their security issues on time, you should probably incentivize them some way, right? In a way that works in your company, right? And kind of working with HR is like a really good way of doing it. So yeah, so there are many different teams that you can kind of interact with. Another example I like to give is tech support, right? Very often you see that you get reports of security issues on Twitter, for example, right? And if you let just tech support handle that, it can kind of sometimes becomes a little tricky. So what you should do is you should really enable your tech support team to talk about, how do you deal with security reports, right? You just don't respond saying, hey, we have world-class security and not engage them, right? Which is a little different from how you would, respond to, let's say, an angry user who's talking about something else. So anyway, so I think there are different teams that you can work with, and make sure that you leverage their expertise and their skills to supercharge your DevSecOps program. The one caveat I would add is that do not leverage these teams if they already do things poorly, right? So if you have a program management team in your company which is not sound, which you're not happy with, then don't go implement those systems, because clearly if they don't work elsewhere, they probably won't work in security as well. If your L&D team, for example, does not have a solid training platform, then maybe you should go solo, right? So I think the point I want to make here is that you should definitely consider partnering with various teams in the company to grow your DevSecOps in your AppSec program, but you don't have to kind of be dogmatic about it, and do what's right for the team. Okay, So how did this help Razorpay, right? So first is first, one of the first things we did was we partnered with program managers to streamline communication. Our technical program management team was very good at cross-functional communication, right? So we worked with them to figure out how do we send updates that work, how do we send updates that people actually read and respond to, right? So that was a big win for us. Secondly, we kind of launched, operated, and scaled Security Champions program across 4 BUs. This is now part of the folklore of Razorpay, and this is part of the SDLC, literally, right? Where you have certain engineers designated as security champions. We also have engineering managers who are security champions, right? And that really helps us scale, DevSecOps. We also partner with customer support on educating and alerting merchants. Right, like I said, we are a payment gateway, so we work. Our customers are merchants who sell things online, right? So when they need to be educated, it's hard for a security team to understand merchant communication, right? But customer support is very good at it. So we educated customer support on security. They educated us on how to work with merchants, and together we came up with a strategy on how to communicate with them. And finally, we had an external and internal bug bounty. Where we allowed engineers within the company to also submit security bugs, and we also gave them some bounties and some goodies, right? So that kind of motivated them to participate in the security program as well. Okay, so I think I'm on time. I have only 2 more minutes, so let me quickly talk about the takeaway. First, security culture is downstream of org culture. So whatever you do in security, it has to align with your company. So make sure you do that. And think about scale from the beginning, right? You can't start something and then think about scale later. You're better off understanding where your company is going and then scale with it. Okay, that leaves us only a couple of minutes for questions. Do we have any questions, Brian or Vandana?
Yes, we absolutely have questions, and maybe Vandana has it present.
Yes, absolutely. So, Sandesh, SaaS gives a lot of false positives, and we know that there's still a confusion. So, sometimes the SaaS reports also report high issues which are not at all exploitable. So, how should we deal with that? Because it takes bandwidth, and even when we talk about there's no ROI for them. So, how shall we handle them? So, what is your perspective on that?
Yeah, great question. Let me try to take a crack at it at 2 different levels, right? So one, I think it depends on where you're running SaaS. Okay, so if you're running SaaS in the pipeline, then you want to focus on rules which have high confidence, even if they're not high risk, but they have to be high confidence. So you should have zero tolerance for false positives in when you're running it in the pipeline. So you have to make sure that you use a tool which allows you to customize those things. It's very important, right? So look for things like secrets, look for obvious command injections and things like that, but don't look for like super complicated things which can have a lot of false positives. That's number one. And number 2, when security teams run static analysis tools, we have the ability to triage, right? So there you can be a lot more experimental and run a lot of rules because you know how to triage, and that's okay. And that really doesn't need to scale. You probably run that once a month or once a quarter, so that's okay. The third part I will say is that on kind of like ROI and exploitability stuff, SaaS is the wrong tool to look for exploitable vulnerabilities. I believe that SaaS should be used to detect bad coding behavior, right? Whether or not it leads to an exploitable vulnerability. So if you're using a string concatenated query, it doesn't matter if it leads to SQL injection. You got to stop this, right? Because it's bad security coding practice, right? So use static analysis to detect bad coding practices and educate developers on how to avoid it, as opposed to going down this route of what if is it exploitable? Because that's becomes such a high bar that in the end, pentest becomes the only game in town, right? And that's counterproductive for scale.
Right, I agree with you. All
Absolutely.
right. Thank you. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Sandesh. I mean, I absolutely agree with you. Like, we shouldn't look at if it's exploitable or not, but the best practices, to avoid them, or bad practices, sorry, to avoid them. That is the most important part, because some things might not be directly exploitable, but can be part of a chain of attacks. So there's no direct exploitability, but I think that is the best advice to give on SaaS tooling ever. Thank you so much for your talk. As you can see, we have the slide here on with the code if you want to chime in on the giveaways. So please copy this code. Make sure that you DM it to our Twitter team if you want to opt in for the raffle. So that said, we have actually a break coming up, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
But
So
yeah.
yeah, yo, we are on a break, but however, you can stay tuned. First of all, I want to quickly recap what is going on. We had 3 different sessions. We had Viram about 5 open source security tools all developers should know about, and know that all these sessions will be on YouTube later. We had an interesting session about GraphQL by Antoine and Tristan. And we just had Sandesh about the how-tos on scaling DevSecOps, which is a very important issue that we all need to think of. Scaling first. I think if we think that way, what Sandesh was mentioning, it is something we need to do. Please make sure that you also look at our sponsors, because please go to the booth. At this point, for instance, Bright has a demo in the break,
Right.
and if you want to go and have a chance for winning that $100 gift card, you need to be at that demo and need to make sure you fill in the correct stuff. So if you wanna opt in for that, go to the Bright booth on that. So yeah, let's quickly go over all the giveaways, because we have a lot to give away and you need to stay tuned. We have, of course, we have our giveaway about the Nintendo Switch. Make sure that you that you follow us and that you put the codes in that I just showed you. We have Bride with $100 gift card, but you should be at our booth now. If you're not there, go over. Teleport gives away hoodies and backpacks. Again, you need to go to the booth. Armor Code has a $100 Amazon gift card. Also, more information at that booth. So visit all of the booths. Wiz has a great thing about you can visit Black Hat USA. Ops Level gives away Nintendo Switches. There is a lot to give away. And no, as you know, this is not the only DevSecCon thing we do. We have different chapters, and specifically for the APJ area, we have DevSecCon Australia, and I have the lead of DevSecCon India here with me, Vandana. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that please feel free to donate. Every donation will be connected to one of our charities, either one Tree Planted, Girls in Tech, or NetHope. And if I am corrected, we're gonna do something about NetHope. And let me pull up whatever we need to pull up. So we're getting started with this.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all enjoying DevSecCon 24 so far and have learned so much from our amazing speakers. As all of you might know, all the proceeds from DevSecCon 24 are being donated to organizations reducing carbon footprint. Today, I am joined by the amazing team at NetHope, Diana Langley and Lance Pierce, and we're going to find a little bit more about this organization and why we've chosen them to benefit from some of these proceeds. But before we get into that, I'd love both of you to introduce yourself. Diana, do you want to go first?
Sure. Hi, I'm Diana Langley. I am NetHope's COO. What that means in our context is I look after our member programs and our member engagement. And before I was with NetHope, I was with Oxfam for 10 years.
Amazing. And Lance, how about you?
Great. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Diana. Lance Pierce, I'm the CEO of NetHope, and it's such a pleasure to be here with all of you. I have been at NetHope now for about 2.5 years, and we've been working on, trying to realign our agenda, working with our amazing members, working with our incredible partners to really meet the new challenges that are afoot in the world today. I spent 15 years working in the climate change and sustainable finance space before this, and was actually working in the tech sector during the .com boom and bust. Remember where I was when NetHope was founded, and in this way, and able to bring new partnerships to bear with all of our exciting new collaborators.
No, definitely. Oh, that bubble bursting. But Lance, can you tell the people listening, what is NetHope? What are your missions, your goals? What are you all about?
Yeah, NetHope was founded 22 years ago as an intentional partnership between the tech sector and the relief, development, and humanitarian sectors. There was a recognition that the then new technologies were going to really be transformative in every way. And there was a need to work together to ensure that these mission-based organizations, which are NetHope's members, had the right kind of tools, the right kind of technologies, the right sort of mindset, the right kind of capacity building in order to be able to take those tools and serve the people that they serve around the world. So NetHope's member organizations serve on the order of 1.6 billion people in over 190 countries around the world. We have 65 member organizations that are made up of some of the leading names in the international development space, in the humanitarian relief space, and in global conservation. And of course, we work with our tech sector partners as well, who are the leading brands in the space. And we really exist to be a mission accelerator. We try to take digital data and the power of tech sector partnerships to really uplift the work of our member organizations, help them do what they do better so that they can serve more people more effectively in more places around the world.
That's absolutely amazing. Definitely, I think a partnership that is well needed in sort of this world of technology. Now, Diana, I understand that NetHope has some awesome programs, and even sort of our audience here, very much developer security-minded humans. Could you tell me a little bit about some of the programs that you're leading?
Sure. So when we think about NetHope, we like to think about the fact that we because of that association of all the nonprofits, and it's digital throughout all of their value chain, it's everything that they do. We do a lot of programs that are, for example, connectivity in hard to reach places. So it's one thing getting a broadband connection in your home. It's a completely different thing trying to get a broadband connection in a refugee camp, for example, or directly after an earthquake. And NetHope is the one that goes in and creates that lifeline at that moment. In that moment, of course, there is a cybersecurity thing, because these are very vulnerable people. We are connecting them. We're taking information. We know who they are. Sometimes there's advocacy things that are happening. You can imagine that if there was a breach in that sort of situation, vulnerable people are then taken even further towards the brink, for example. So that's one of the programs that we do. But because it's through the supply chain and the value chain of what the nonprofits do, we also look at things, for example, of what does their headquarters or operational security look like? What does their cybersecurity look like there? And so we've done training of currently 73 people from something like 35 countries around the world to become cybersecurity specialists in their organization. We do everything from how to talk to your board about cybersecurity. And actually today we're launching, we have a big report called The State of Cybersecurity that's being launched. So today is talking about how we need to advocate for better standards of cybersecurity in the nonprofit sector, and also the way it's funded. And in that moment, then NetHope provides, for example, a virtual chief information security officer.
Wow.
We are also launching a global humanitarian ISAC, because it's lovely that you may have the people to try and sort it out, but we need to be a collective on it. We need to work together with the right information at the right time. And that's what NetHope does on behalf of its members all together.
Wow, that's absolutely amazing. And if anyone who would like to actually access that report, you can click on the link that's now showing up on the screen and see all the amazing work that NetHope is doing. I'm sure that report took a lot of hard work and timing. So congratulations on the launch of that report.
Thank you very much. Yes, it takes a little bit. Nobody wants to talk about their cybersecurity. I think, one of the headline stats that we like to talk about, which is, it's quite a stark statistic, but important to realize, is that the nonprofits that the big names that are
I am so sorry, folks. I think something went wrong, and let me put this video on so we can actually add it back to stream and play it.
5 brands in NetHope that work there.
So sorry.
Less than 10% of them have a CISO.
Wow.
And it's not because they don't know they need one. It's because it's very difficult to afford one. And so that's one of the things that's discussed in the report about how can we change that reality so that we can get the right kind of skill sets into nonprofits and make them safer.
No, definitely. And Lance, I would love to actually then talk a little bit about how NetHope, collaborates with different nonprofits and technology companies to, promote this positive social impact. How does that synergy work together?
Well, we've been actually talking about all the ways in which we're working together through the community as part of our ongoing strategic planning process right now, which we're in the middle of our consultation phase for the plan, where we're talking to our corporate partners, we're talking to our member organizations about some of the key work streams that we're going to be pursuing together in the future. And those are really around areas like digital skills and leadership. We know that skills are identified really everywhere across the community as being fundamental to the ability to even take advantage of some of the new tools and technologies, but also as part of your maturity curve and becoming a more sophisticated organization in terms of what you can do and how you can do it with the new tools. Digital inclusion is another area that we're really focused on. The technologies have even though they can be incredibly transformative, they have the potential to exacerbate current inequalities, to exacerbate the divide between those who have and those who have not. And so we really work to try to embed this thinking of inclusion across the range of our full programming, engage our partners on that, engage our member organizations as well. Digital protection, as Diana was talking about, is sort of another area that we're really focused on. It's this idea that if you're a humanitarian organization or a conservation organization, that there is cybersecurity in the narrow sense of that word, and the way that industry might use that word, but the digital protection envelope is much bigger than that. It intersects with physical security. It intersects with the way in which that you can still provide openness in your systems and equity in your systems, and at the same time be secure and provide the services to vulnerable people in marginal contexts or potentially dangerous contexts, as in conflict zones. So it's an area that there's not been enough work on at that intersection, and the report released this week is really intended to highlight many of those issues and help us find a way to really lift everybody's awareness about how to handle these issues better and more humanely. The two other areas in our plan right now are around innovation and digital transformation. That's an area that NetHope's been involved with really from the very beginning. All of our tools and assessments and services and the work we've done in the past on that, and increasingly the work that we're being asked to do on data for impact and AI are also in that critical work stream that we're working on as well. And the new area that is really on our radar today is around climate change and technology for adaptation and resilience. We've launched a new climate program within the past year here at NetHope, and every member organization in the network is dealing with climate change in one way or another, whether it's in the form of extreme weather events or whether it's in the form of some of the nature-based solutions that our conservation members are focused on as part of how we're going to get past the problem. And so we're really working on trying to understand what are the tools, what are the opportunities for our community to make a unique contribution to human well-being and to managing in the context of a changing planet as we all try to live together here in ways that are going to create a future for our children. So all of that is really only made possible when we've got a true collaborative spirit working across the private sector, across the member sector, with the governments and multilaterals that are involved. This is really it's an all-in effort. And so our job really is to help be a facilitator, enable the leadership of others, and to really try to help this community find new ways to make a contribution.
That's absolutely amazing. I know we've only got a little bit of time left, but I wanted to make sure that everyone listening to this understands maybe how they can potentially get involved, whether it's organizationally, individually. What are the things our audience can potentially do today, tomorrow, to get involved and help NetHope?
Well, I think I'm immediately going to say that we would love if you downloaded and read the report. Mostly because it is a space that is not well understood about how cybersecurity is different in nonprofits, and so more people knowing that is helpful. We would really like that. We would love any signal boost, because we need to change the state of affairs. And so folks here that understand cybersecurity, really understand the technical part about how difficult this is, we need your voice. So we would appreciate that as well. And then we have a summit coming up, and we would love folks to come and join us at our summit, because again, it's a collective effort. These nonprofits and the wanting to do good in the world, we really only do that when we join together in spaces like yours and spaces like ours. So we would invite folks to come and join us too.
Yeah, that's terrific. And I would, just to build on that, say that the summit is coming up in October. We're opening for registration and would welcome collaborators and colleagues from all over the world to take part with us. That's from the 17th to the 19th of October in Munich, in Germany. And I would just say too that in addition to doing things like following us on social media so we can help you stay informed about things that are going on in our world, we'd also, where possible, like to ask you to donate if you can. NetHope works closely with companies. We need your talent. We need your technology. We need your love, your passion, and your support. But we also need your money. It's how we help pay for the skills and talents of the amazing people on the NetHope team to go out and build this program that's really badly needed everywhere, and that we're really uniquely positioned to provide. So really want to thank everybody for that.
And as Lauren said, if you would like to donate to NetHope today, you can click the button on the left-hand side of your screen. There's a big DevSecCon for Good button there, and it'll take you to the giving page. Anything from $1 up to whatever you can give, and that money will be evenly distributed across the 3 charities that we have at the bottom of the screen. So please help us achieve our goals. Click on that button today, and let's help NetHope as well as Girls in Tech and One Tree Planted do the amazing things they are doing. But thank you to both of you for joining me on stage today. It was really lovely to chat, and everyone else, enjoy the event.
And there we are. Yeah, we're kicking off soon with our next speaker, but let's see if our next host is already here. Anyway, I love the V. Yes, Shilpi is there. Good. Well, I want to say good morning. Yes, it's good morning. You're now in the UK. It's 7 a.m. for you.
Yes, bright and early.
I know. I've been here since my 6, so it's bright and early.
So good morning.
Good morning. I leave it up to you and Vandana, and I see that our next speaker is already here. So let's pull her in already, and I will remove myself and leave it in your capable hands.
Yeah, I can see it. Yes, I joined it as well.
Great. So
how are you?
I'm good. Yeah, good to see you here, and looking forward to hosting with you. And thank you so much, Brian, for making it so lively and amazing. Thank you, Purnima, for joining us.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. So without further delay, we would get started with your session, which is security incident response on cloud. Let me just bring in your slide, and we would let you take over the stage.
Thank you very much, Vandana. Hi, hello, everyone. I welcome you to DevSecCon 2023. I'm much pleased to talk on security incident response in cloud, which is most understood as well as not so well understood topic in security. The understood part of the puzzle is that it is required, and not so understood part is what it takes to implement an incident response program. So we will talk about it. And before that, who am I? I'm Purnima. I'm security consultant in AWS. I'm based in UK. I work with organizations and help them build secure platform and cloud, thereby accelerate their cloud journey. So I work with organizations mostly of financial, retail, and telecom. Outside of day job, I like talking in forums like one today or writing blogs itself. So let's get on. What is an incident? To understand what normal mean, as it may vary from one organization to another, you need to absorb your system while it operates normally and use that as a baseline. And incident is a deviation from the baseline. So for example, when you get a massive spike in some signal, that means an anomaly. Another example could be a rise in the billing for a specific account or a specific application is one such symptom, which may indicate that there is some abnormal behavior in that application or server. So that is what the first trigger point we would look for. So moving on. Hopefully, yes. What is incident response? So an incident has happened, and there should be a mechanism on how we are going to deal with the reported compromise or incident. The incident response, as well known as called as IR, is a system which is the collection of people, process, technology, and they are leveraged together to detect, contain, and recover from security incident. And some of the cases remediate as well. The first aspect is people. There are many personas involved. One, the SOC, the incident responders, forensic analysts, threat intelligence, and not all persona do exist in all the organization. And I've seen in many organizations that SOC and incident responders are the same. So they kind of exist within each team and they share the responsibility. And forensic is not so done within in-house. It's always done on a need-to-know basis outside of the organization itself. So the next aspect is the process, the incident response plan. An incident response plan is a document that outlines an organization's procedures, steps, and responsibility for its incident response program. So it's a kind of a strategy document. It's more of a directive kind of a document itself. And the next one on the playbook. The playbooks is what you would use when doing troubleshooting, investigation, and root cause analysis, while the run books is what you use after the incident, that is post-incident, to recover and resume the normal operations itself. And the next part is the technology part, which is what is either organization do spend a lot of time on people and process, and that there's no supporting technology to kind of drive the way through the detection process itself. So the technology that is involved from a more of an incident response is detect. Are we capable of detecting the incident that is going to happen or that is happening? Are we able to find the symptoms itself? And the response, do we have an incident investigation tools or an analysis tool to kind of find the incident itself, or probably do an analysis itself? And more of an analysis or more of a forensic tools, which means like if there are any kind of forensic analysis that needs to be done. So do we have all the supporting technologies to do that? So moving on. What is the purpose of IR itself? So now comes to the part of why we need IR. So let's try to understand it in more data-focused way. As we all know, the incident cost organization a lot of money, resource, etc., etc., and also the incident impacts the organization business as well. See, the data suggests that the lack of IR preparedness is one of the greatest contributor to cost and impact of attacks. 12% of investigation continue to linger around for more than 700 days due to lack of IR preparedness. This could be simply because there is no resource availability, there are no enough log information to do the analysis, so on and so forth. And more interesting fact is the median dwell time, the time between the compromise and alert or discovery, which seems to be on a higher side. For example, average of 43 days for ransomware and 56 days for more advanced threat. This means that either there is a detective capability, an alert goes to the backlog somewhere or somewhere to some organization's mailbox, but doesn't make way through the right attention, or the mechanism to detect an incident is not so efficient or probably not well established at all. On the other side, the organization with higher preparedness has much less dwell time. So the average of 141 days for the externally reported notification, or probably the average of 30 days for all those self-declared or self-detected an incident. Different type of incidents, right? Like it's not going to be, we are not going to document everything as for that matter. So scaling the incident response for different types of incidents and also for hybrid is also going to be a challenge. One way of looking at, or probably one thing had to think about it, is the automation itself, the incident response automation itself. So next comes the question of what is the difference between the cloud and on-prem incident response? There are some differences, and there are few which means the same when it comes to the cloud or the on-prem itself. Fundamentally, the cloud adds additional layers which probably needs better understanding. The one is the shared responsibility model. This means if there is abstracted services where the incident happened, the investigation really depends upon the telemetry or data itself. Or whenever it happens in a more kind of an infrastructure as a service, which the customer has more responsibility towards it, then it happens. The much data, there are much telemetry information, so that the investigation can be fast-tracked itself. And within the way in which the data exists in cloud is different. The access method, the exposure, the integration is all different. So from what existed in on-prem. There are more cloud native guardrails, tools, services, which indeed provide more information on a specific event. This means which gives more flexibility for the responder to respond to an incident itself. The compromise is no longer limited to a virtual machine or database. There are more abstracted information, so which can be invoked by an API call or so on so forth. So on and so forth, which means the responders or the SOC team need ability to understand, read the logs for an efficient response itself. Having said that, there are fundamental things which remains the same. Irrespective of whether we are in cloud or hybrid or on-prem only, the concept of responding to the incident, the IR itself is remaining the same. And SMEs, the subject matter expertise to understand the technology, to understand and run with it, is also something that is more important as well. And logs is the key. There is always a debate about the noisy logging system versus no log system at all. Both are extreme. There needs to be a balance. And the endpoints do exist. So it would continue to exist as well. So which means we will have to still monitor it, analyze it, so etc. etc. So moving on, what does that incident response look like? What is the cycle all about? So the incident response process, one on the screen, is based on the NIST. So it has several phases: the preparation, detection, analysis, containment, remediation, eradication, recovery, post-activity analysis as well. So the one on the screen is the NIST, the Incident Handling Guide. There could be other representation as well. For example, SANS, the steps are same, but it is different. They are same in the objective, however, they are different in the way it is taken up. We shall go a bit more deeper into what each of this is in a second. But before that, the emphasizes, I just wanted to give an emphasis on the additional step that I brought in, just to reflect the way it happens when it comes to an incident response. So the first one on the triage or evidence collection is a sub-step, is more of initial few steps that the responders take to understand the incident and collect some evidences, or what is required for analysis. And where possible, the effort will have to be put in place to contain that incident at first level. It could be a tactical step. It may not be the final containment, but still it does exist as well. So this also gives in some time to think about a strategic way of dealing with the incident itself. So the explanation of each of those phases, the first one, the preparation. So the incident response methodology typically emphasizes preparation, not only establishing an incident response capability so that the organization is ready to respond to incident, but also preventing incidents by ensuring that that the systems, networks, application are sufficiently secure. Although the incident response team itself is not responsible for the incident prevention, but it is the fundamental one and most important one for the success of incident response program itself. On the preventive aspect, so the question is like, are there controls which are sufficient to prevent an incident from happening? Of course, if there are going to be no controls or less control, that means that the incident, there could be the possibility of having incidents are more as such. So, and the next one on the detection. So incident can occur in countless ways. So it is infeasible to develop a step-by-step instruction for handling every incident. Organization should be generally prepared to handle any incident, but should focus on being prepared to handle incidents that use common attack vectors, basically. So the most challenging part of incident response is accurately detecting and assessing the possible incidents, determining and whether an incident has occurred, or if the type, extent, and the magnitude of the problem. So the signs, for example, a precursor, a sign that indicate it may occur, an incident may occur sometime in the future, an indicator, an incident and may have occurred or may be occurring now. So these two signs are important to analyze, but there are some flip side to it, because if there are more number of alerts or more number of indicators, then it's going to be an impossible way to identify what the real incident is all about. So the next one on the analysis. So the detection and analysis, it could be very easy if every precursor or indicator were guaranteed to be accurate. Unfortunately, that is not the case. There are chances of false positive, and IDS system, the intrusion detection system, may produce false positives. So, and what is making things worse, as I said earlier, is that in total number of indicators, depending upon the size of the environment that we are dealing with, it could vary maybe from thousands to millions a day. So finding a real security incident that occurred out of all of the indicators can be a very daunting task. In order to narrow down the search space, some of the common tactics that they use is profiling, like behavior analysis, what the normal behavior looks like and what the normal network behavior looks like. Even correlation. So that's an important aspect. There are multiple log sources. We correlate the events and make sure that there is a complete story attached to it. And the next part is the containment. Containment is important before an incident kind of overwhelms the resource or increase the damage itself. So the incident requires containment, so that it is an important consideration early in the course of the handling of each incident. The containment provides time for developing a tailored remediation strategy if that's the case as well. So. And moving on, so from a next one is the remediation part. So remediation is handling the system owners or anybody who is responsible for that particular system need to identify which is the attacking host as such. But this could be very longer and lengthier exercise as such. It might probably distract the team from achieving the primary goals as such. So the next one on the eradication. So eradication could be identifying all of the assets and removing the possibility and remediating itself. So some of the incident eradication is either not necessary and is performed during the recovery itself. And the most important one, and I like this personally, one of the most important part of the incident response is also most often omitted part as well, the learning and improving thing. So having the incident response team should involve having a new threats, improve technologies, etc., etc. So holding a lessons learned meeting will improve not only the security controls. Are we good with the security controls? Do we need additional security controls to improvise it? So those are the questions that possibly should be discussed as part of the post-incident activity as such. So now the question is like, how are we going to scale it? Like there could be a number of things. The phases looks very good because it is theoretical, and having that extended over a period of time is going to be a difficult task as such. So two things. One is having a centralized way by which we can visualize it, which is the SIEM solution for that matter. So having a correlation logic every time, and whether it's on-prem, it's hybrid, it lives somewhere else, it doesn't really matter, but there needs to be a tool which is going to be supportive as such. And the next one that I could think of is the playbook. we don't necessarily do all of the instructions in the playbook, but definitely there needs to be a way by which we can granularly understand a systematic approach. If an incident happens, what are the different steps that needs to be taken and how it should happen? So I know
Purnima,
I'm running out of time. Yeah.
You're already 5 minutes over, so can we just wrap it up?
Yes. So so the common pitfalls is about the understanding the visibility, or either understanding the API calls and all of the newer things from a cloud perspective. And of course, shortage is the common thing that is wide across. And of course, from an incident response as well, it's going to be a difficult thing as well. So one secret sauce for the entire thing is simulating it in a tabletop manner or in a sandbox manner definitely helps to understand where are we with the incident response. Do we need additional support, or do we need additional resources, etc., etc.? So that is really it is. Thank you for listening. I'm really sorry if that's got extended. You're on mute, Vandana.
Yeah, that's fine, Purnima. I understand. So people do have questions for you. So for every speaker section, there is a place where they can actually reach out to you and ask questions. So probably you can check out the questions there. For everyone, we do have a raffle going on. As you know that we've been talking about it. You have to share at least 2 codes with us to win. And make sure you tweet us at DevSecCon on Twitter handle. I do have my wonderful co-host with me, who is going to be actually with me for the whole of sessions. Make sure you copy this code. Now, what we're going to do is we both are going to bring in our next speaker, who's going to be sharing interesting aspects around security, or that person is going to be running code from the internet. So let's go ahead and bring the person and get the details. And make sure you keep sharing your questions in the chat box.
Yeah, even if I guess the speakers don't get time during the actual conversation, they can definitely sort of answer them later on. Definitely put your questions through. And I'm really excited about the next session as well. So I know we're catching up a little bit on time, so we'll get into it straight away.
Hello, everyone. This is Nakter speaking, and I want to tell you that I ran code from the internet, and you probably do too. Okay, so on that note, if I gave you a string of text, would you accept it and run it in your application in production without reading it? I think I know what you're answering. Would it help if I put it in a tar.gz file? I believe it would, because that's what NPM packages are. And they're great, don't get me wrong. And everyone is using them a lot, but they're actually unsanitized input from the internet that you run, aren't they, right? So we're consuming those NPM packages a lot. I know I do. What if not all of them are great? And by not great, I don't mean sloppy. I made a bunch of sloppy packages and published them, and no one complained. Nothing bad happened. What if they were actually dangerous, right? This isn't a new problem. We have solutions for that. So there's audits, NPM audit being the one available with NPM, but there's also a lot of other possibilities, including SNCC, where you can look at your dependencies and see that, hey, there is a malicious dependency there. The thing is, the only way for those apps to know that something is there is for a researcher to find out about it and report it somewhere. So depending on the app, there's different timing and the life cycle of what is happening. So some of them are going to get the report sooner. Some of them are going to get the report later. Some of them aggregate more reports, but you're still getting a report about a dependency being malicious, because that's the case I'm after. Once you've probably already shipped it to production, That's not good enough. What are the other approaches? Well, there's a new approach where socket dev is trying to analyze things heuristically and give you warnings. But those warnings don't say, this is definitely malicious. You need to stop what you're doing and fix it. The warnings say, something happened that makes this package look potentially malicious. Now you have to research it yourself. So this narrows down the search, but you still have to do a lot of your own work. This is all reactive security. At Lava Mode, we want to be proactive, not reactive. What's Lava Mode? Lava Mode is an open source project that is powering runtime security for MetaMask, the crypto wallet, and a bunch of other projects probably. This is open. Anyone can use it to any extent they want. So how are we being proactive? Well, I have a small demo. So let me switch to demo and show you a few things that it can do. Let's take a look at the application. There's an app.js file, which is a small Node.js application, which uses a package that we don't yet know is evil, but it actually is. And that package is used in here to get some very important content. And then that content is uploaded to a server that's being protected by authorization. And we're using a secret from environment variables for that authorization. This is how I invoke the application. I set the precious secret here, and I run node app.js, and then I also run it through Lava Mode. And this is what the package is currently looking like. So there's a secret dad joke in here hidden. So this part is not yet malicious. Let's see how this develops. So I can run npm start. And what I'm also running here behind the scenes is two servers. One is the 8080 port, which is supposed to be protected by this secret to access it. And then the other one is a hacker's server, and they will show a pop-up message whenever invoked. So we know that the request went out. So when I run npm start, I'm getting a nice information pop-up with this dad joke and some output from the app. OK, now let's see what the next version of this package could look like. Let's take a look at what I've implemented as the next iteration of the package. So we're requiring HTTP and making a request to the hacker port with a payload. And the payload happens to be the precious secret from process.env. What happens now if I run it? If I run it through regular node, I first get a request to the hacker server, and then I get the request that was supposed to happen. OK, that's not good. So what does Lava Mode do about it? Lava Mode has a step where you generate a policy first. We've generated a policy before, and the policy says that this package has access to the following globals buffer, actually the from method of the buffer. OK, and that's it. We don't have anything else in here. Now, this is using more stuff. So what happens if we run npm test, which invokes Lava Mode? We're going to get an error. And the error here is saying Lava Mode required node built-in package is not allowed on the allow list. Evil package requested HTTP. OK, now that's blocked. Are we done? Well, let's see if the package involves any further. Now we can move on with the implementation. Is it working? Yeah. OK. So imagine a situation where instead of having the payload built in, I fetch the dat joke that the package is returning. And then what I want to do is to also steal the secrets. Oh, I think I went too far with this. Let's see the previous iteration of that one. Yeah. Okay. So if I have access to fetch for fetching the dat joke, why don't I also use fetch to make that HTTP request, right? So if I start it, I'm going to get the secret stolen again, right? Okay, now with Lava Mode, we obviously had to update the policy to also allow for fetch. So if fetch is allowed, what is stopping the malicious package from stealing my precious secret? Well, Lava Mode. Let's take a look. What I'm getting here is an error. Node added some nice arrows to their error output, and these get truncated here. But what we're getting is an arrow pointing at env in this line, which is coming from an error saying env is on a field that we're trying to look up on undefined. Why? Because process is undefined, only for this package. So the app itself is successfully using process, but this package no longer has access to it because it's not on the allow list. That's great, right? What if we don't need to access process in any way? So I'm going to move forward with the implementation. Take a look at this. It's a bit complex to understand, but what I'm doing here is I'm using prototype poisoning. So if you take a look at the application, we're passing headers with the authorization header here, and that header goes into fetch. If I take object prototype, the prototype of the global object, and I create a setter for the authorization field, the setter is going to get invoked whenever an assignment happens to a field called authorization that didn't exist on the object itself. This is called an override mistake, by the way, and this might eventually be fixed in JavaScript itself. But this is here and works as specified in ECMAScript standard. So let's use it. If I now run this code in Node, regular way, I'm getting hacked again. And you can notice that this says bearer %20 and then the secret, because we took the entire header and sent it to the hacker server. Okay, and that joke still works. Okay, what else can I do? Well, now let's take a look at Lava Mode. What is Lava Mode doing in this case? Well, Lava Mode is running under hardened JavaScript, and hardened JavaScript is protecting the built-ins of the language. So they're called intrinsics. Lava Mode is protecting them using hardened JavaScript to not be tampered with. So all of the prototype poisoning options that we used to have are now gone. And this payload is not going to be usable for an attack. Okay, that's in Node.js. I can also do a similar thing in the front end. Okay, let's take a look at the front end case. This is an app. This app is being built with Webpack. This is my Webpack config, and this is a very, very early version of a score drop plugin that we intend to ship. And this is open source, so you're welcome to join us in the effort. This app is using LeftPad, a package, fairly famous, and it's also using a package called Cookie Monster that I built for this occasion, and it's giving out random quotes from the Cookie Monster, but also impersonating Cookie Monster to a point where it cannot resist any cookies available to it. So what it's going to do is it's going to grab document cookie and send it to the hacker server. Okay, let's take a look at that in the browser. We have built this in the regular way without our plugin. Without the plugin, what happens is the Cookie Monster is gonna give us a quote and then also send a request with localhost, our URL, as the path name, and then name equals chocolate chip is what we have set as the cookie. I can restart this page to see if it still works. Yep. This pop-up is from the hacker server that I'm running still. And this has been sent out. Okay, for comparison, let's take a look at the same code with the same Cookie Monster script and the same app bundle here, but this time it was bundled with our plugin. I'm gonna reload the page, and you can see that what we've sent is undefined. Why is that? Well, the Cookie Monster was looking up host on location and cookie on document. And if we look at the Webpack config here, these were not allowed. So Cookie Monster, in this part, is allowed access to fetch, math, and encode URI. We can go even further. We can deny it access to fetch, and then rebuild. Hello, okay. As you can see, this is a very early version with some random outputs. But if I now refresh the page, oh, yay, demo effect. Okay. Yeah, looks like I didn't rebuild after all. Never mind. You're gonna need to believe me now that if I rebuild correctly and I have the right files in the right spots, this would prevent fetch from even being available. Okay, let's go back to the presentation and talk a bit more about what's happening there. So let's talk about how it works. Behind the scenes, it's using hardened JavaScript, which lets us isolate each dependency within the same process, within the same context, as Node calls it, or realm as the spec calls it. How is it done? Well, hardened JavaScript consists of three functionalities. A compartment, which is a tool for scope isolation. Anything you run within a compartment is code that runs in a different global scope. You can decide what the global scope is going to be on a compartment, and you can control what it can import inside of a compartment. For that to be fully secure, you also have to get rid of the prototype pollution situation, which I demoed earlier with lava modes, and that's where lockdown comes in. Lockdown is modifying the environment in which you run, and it's using the flexibility of JavaScript to remove the flexibility of JavaScript where necessary. And this is a great idea that makes JavaScript still work in 90-something% cases. Almost anything from NPM is still going to work under lockdown, with very few exceptions where someone is trying to use prototype poisoning for good. That's in most cases where something doesn't work against lockdown. And then there's harden, which is a function similar to lockdown, but used for preventing prototype pollution or any sort of tampering with your own objects that you create in your application. So you can use that for increased security when you're passing information to something that you don't necessarily trust but want to use. Okay, and this is becoming part of the language. Eventually, it's still in its early stages, but compartments might end up in the language, I don't know, within a few years, definitely, probably sooner. Currently, there's a lot of work on module loading virtualization going on in TC39, which is a foundation on which compartments need to be built. We also have a bundler in Lavamote, and there's a stable bundler in Lavamote package. It's using Browserify. So if you can afford setting up your repository with Browserify, it happens to be the most flexible of the bundlers, and integrating with that was super easy. We spent a lot of time looking for ways to integrate with other bundlers to a level that would allow for applying hardened JavaScript to your packages. And this Webpack plugin is looking very good. It's still early. It's not production ready. It's barely running the demo. So if you want to help with the plugin, get in touch. We will happily get your help with that. And that means you can start using it more effectively for your own use cases. If you want to know more, there's a bunch of earlier talks about SEST, which is the hardened JavaScript shim implementation we're currently using, which is fully functional with some performance trade-offs. I already did a bunch of talks around this topic earlier, and you can also look at Mark Miller's talk on FI Tech Talks, where he explains hardened JavaScript and consequences. Much more goes into patterns and how the whole idea of using hardened JavaScript for object capability security can be introduced. Now, I also promised I'll run code from the internet, right? So let's eval something and see what happens. I'm going to switch to my other demo. Warning, this is a toy. Let's make sure you don't use it in ways where you would risk anything. This is a toy project that I made leveraging hardened JavaScript for the purpose of looking at actually malicious packages. So it starts with a shell script that runs a Docker file without access to internet, just in case something malfunctions. Now let me open it up in a terminal and show you what it does. Oops. Okay, we're going to boot it up. Oh yeah, updates. And now I'm inside of my lab environment where I can run a command called lavalab. And that command is going to run the script file that we give it from samples. Okay, so I have a sample of malware called LofyGang. And this was malware that went on NPM and was trying to steal a bunch of things from people, trying to pose as a package helpful with building Discord add-ons, as far as I remember. And this is actual copy that I downloaded while it was still available. So we're making sure we're offline. And now this is not the first time I'm running this. So we're gonna use the history of the previous run where I can change my mind any step of the way, but it's going to suggest answers that worked for me previously. So let's take a look. The do I want to give it real eval? Why is it using eval? Well, I can tell you that this package, where is it? Here. This package looks like this. It's fully obfuscated. And the whole idea for the tool that we're looking at came from me trying to manually deobfuscate it. And it has 4 layers of obfuscation. And then when you go through that, it's going to go into an infinite loop if it detects that it's been deobfuscated. So I thought, I have this great tool that can help me at runtime. Why would I deobfuscate it if I can just check everything at runtime, right? So I want to give it access to eval because it needs to run obfuscated code in this case. So yes, it's reaching for a regular expression. If you didn't know, it's very common in obfuscators, so I'm going to allow this. Another layer and one more layer of obfuscation, and this is the last one. Now we've gone through the layers of obfuscation, and we're setting up the actual run of the function. It's using parseInt for some reason. And then this is where the actual module starts. So it wants to require FS. I'm going to go with the default of no thanks. Same with HTTPS and glob and child process. Now it's reaching for child process.exec. What do we want to give it? Let's give it a dummy function. Now it requires Axios. OK, no. Do we want to give it access to real process? No. So what should it be? We're going to return process as a general proxy. And then the reading env proxy again. Local app data. Well, this looks familiar. Looks like someone's writing a Windows malware. OK, so let's give it a string that I can recognize later. Nice. Now it's calling readDearSync from FS. I'm going to give it a function. And this function is now being called with a string that I happen to recognize. So they're trying to read local app data and then probably iterate over it. My tool is not yet developed to the extent where I could run this for each with some interesting data that it would collect and then want to report on. So we're going to miss out on that part. But let's move on to the next part that it's doing. It's calling child process exec on task list. That's looking up active processes. So they are collecting info on what to hack later. Interesting, isn't it? OK, and the last bit is it's reaching for the post field on Axios. Let's give it a function. And then it's calling the function with a Discord webhooks address. So it looks like the malicious actor building this thing is using Discord webhooks for sending stuff to a Discord channel somewhere as their sink for data. At least that's my speculation. And I got all of that without ever deobfuscating any of the code. That was fun. Okay, last but not least, Lavamote is a nice project. It deserves more adoption. So if you see this and you have a project where a package JSON is present and it has some JavaScript, I offer help to set up Lavamote for your project that you're building for work or in open source, somewhere where people can use it. I'm going to help you out with Lavamote so that you can secure your project in exchange for a bit of feedback. Thank you, everyone. I think that's it.
That was a really good session. I think it's always good to get some live demos. And I like the fact that he gave a nice little warning that this is just a toy project. So that's a good reminder right there.
Yeah, absolutely. That was lovely. And the way he showed all the screens and then you can play around where the internet was totally amazing.
Yeah. And he did make a call out for the open source part of the component. So for anyone who's following along, all these videos do go on our YouTube later on. So if you wanted to sort of work on that and watch it later, you can definitely do that as well.
Absolutely. And make sure you send this or DM this code. If you're watching this, DM this code to our DevSecCon channel so that you can win a chance to get Nintendo Switches. Also, we have some really, really cool prizes by our very amazing, what do we call it as?
Sponsors.
Oh, yes. And sponsors. Yes, that's right. Now, one thing I do really want to share before we head on to our next speaker, so it's a quick break, but we want to share a file or a video where we want to showcase that when we are donating to these charities, how much different it is making. So we're going to be starting a video around one tree planted, how much difference it can make. So here it is on the screen.
Hi, everyone. I hope everyone's enjoying DevSecCon 24. I'm super excited today to be joined by Michelle Senthaval from One Tree Planted. Welcome, Michelle.
Hi, thanks so much, Sam.
So great to have you here. I'd love to know a little bit more about, who you are and what exactly you're up to at One Tree Planted.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. Thanks for having me. And yeah, so I am a senior account manager here at One Tree Planted. I've been working for the org for about 2.5 years now, just a little over that. And really, my aim and focus at the org is to help support businesses like Snake to achieve their sustainability goals.
That's amazing. Yeah, we're super excited for not only DevSecCon and Snake to be involved in such an awesome organization. Can you tell me a little bit about like the mission and the goals of One Tree Planted?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we try to keep it nice and simple. We plant trees. That's really what we do at a base. So One Tree Planted, we are just coming up on our 100 millionth tree planted this month, which is super exciting. And we're planting in over 74 countries globally. So we like to work all over the world and have as much impact as we can. We aim to help reforest degraded areas around the world, and they could have been previously deforested for things like timber usage, agriculture, so many more different factors, but we really aim to create impact with these projects. And we do this through our 6 pillars of reforestation, which are air, water, we have biodiversity, we have social impact, health, and climate. So those are kind of like the 6 main things that we focus on when we're choosing a project.
That's really, really cool. Yeah, I'm super, obviously with this event being global and we're following the sun at the moment, we always look for partners that we could partner with that will impact all our communities listening. And so for anyone that's listening, it's wondering, I wonder if One Tree Planted's done something in my local area, definitely have look it up. And I'm sure Michelle and team have or are doing stuff within your local area. Michelle, are there any great sort of success stories around memorable moments within One Tree Planted? I'd love to hear some of the fun things that you have done in the past.
Yeah, that's a great question. And it got me thinking when I first heard it. And there are kind of 2 main projects that come up a lot when I get this question. And for me, they're very near and dear to my heart amongst all the projects that we have. But the first one is our Indian fruit tree project, which we call the Fruit Tree Project to Change Lives. And so this is a project that we've been doing since 2018. And in 2022, this project planted 2.5 million trees across a whole bunch of different areas in India. Yeah, it's a super cool project because it focuses on employing women and smallholder farmers in these different regions across India. And as an added bonus, these fruit trees, about 2 or 3 years after they're planted, will produce fruit. So that helps to support the communities in terms of livelihood and food. So yeah, that's definitely a cool project, yeah, that I love. And the second project is our Mexican monarch butterfly project. So we're currently into our 2nd year of this project, and in 2022, it planted 500,000 trees. So another really big project that we were working on. But the aim for this project is to reforest the migratory path between Mexico and Canada for the monarch butterflies. And so, yeah, these are actually a species that are endangered currently, and we're really trying to do everything we can to combat this.
That's super awesome. If anyone watching DevSecCon 24 or seeing this video afterwards wants to get involved, like how can someone or an individual or an organization get involved with One Tree Planted?
Yeah, that's an awesome question. And I love that, we work with businesses, but individuals alike. Anybody can really help plant a tree. And it's quite simple, honestly. We work on a model where $1 plants a tree. So it's nice and simple. And really that's the easiest way to participate is you can go online and you can contribute to planting trees. So you can choose where your trees get planted. Like it was mentioned, you know, we're planting all over the world. So you can plant in a country or a region that's special to you. And you can also get involved by getting your hands in the dirt. So we have community planting events that we host 3 times a year, which are in April, in June, and in September. So there are actually some happening right now. And on the 5th, which was World Environment Day, was kind of our kickoff for these events for the month of June. And you can go to the website. And I think we have a little banner link to share with you guys, but you can go on the link and just get your hands in the dirt. It's super easy. You sign up online and you can get right into it. Yeah, there you go. There's the link. But yeah, that would be another great way to get involved.
Amazing. And obviously a reminder to our audience that all proceeds from DevSecCon 24 will be going to organization like Michelle's after the event. So if anyone would like to give that $1 right now, you can head to the side of the screen that way and click on the DevSecCon for Good link, and that'll take you to our giving page where you can donate to One Tree Planted as well as the other organizations that you can see their logos down there that will be benefiting from the event today. So click on that link and hopefully we can help Michelle plant some more trees. Now, Michelle, obviously we have a very technical audience watching today, and I'd love to know a little bit of like fun facts. So we think about the way, you know, deforestation, we think about pollution and things like that. And a lot of us, try to do what we can to make sure that we're not the cause of those things, reusable bottles, trying to not, use single waste plastic. But what are some of the ways that sort of our energy usage when it comes to computers, servers, things like that can contribute to climate change, and any sort of facts that we can share with our audience? They can think a little bit about what they can maybe do to make a difference.
Yeah, this is an awesome question because it really makes you think, in our everyday lives, we're so used to working on our computers, having our second screen, having all of our lights on. So as I was looking into this, it was really kind of eye-opening to see, but some interesting facts here that I've pulled for you guys. So according to Energy Sage, using a computer for about 8 hours a day will use 12.2 kilowatt hours of electricity. And bear with me, there's going to be some numbers here, but I did some math, which is not something I always do. But when you use your computer for that much a day, it actually equates to 146 kilowatt hours of electricity per year. And so according to the US Energy Information Administration, it's found that 1.12 pounds of coal is needed to produce 1 kilowatt hour of energy. And so going deeper into that, your computer, if it requires that 146 kilowatt hours of electricity per year, that means that it would require 163 pounds of coal to produce enough energy for your computer to be powered per year, which is kind of like outstanding because apparently in 2021, the CO2 emissions from burning coal for energy accounted for 20% of all the CO2. So
wow,
crazy to think about.
Well, it was so lovely having you on today, Michelle, and hopefully, as I said, our audience have learned a bit about how they impact the world and how they can help One Tree Planted to give back to the environment. Before I leave you, I'd love to know if there's any ways that you measure your positive impact when it comes to planting trees. We've heard all that data around how we impact the world, but how do you measure your positive impact?
Yeah, and this is a great question because it really ties into the storytelling at One Tree Planted, which is a big focus for us. So this ties into MRV, which is monitoring, verification, and reporting. And so we're big on stage 1, which is our application and approval process for our planting partners. And so we work with local planting partners who are on the ground because we want to encourage local jobs, local knowledge into everything that we do. But so our planting partners will submit an application for a project. That'll get verified by our project managers who will make sure that the planting partners can stand up to our standards of survival rates, of monitoring policies, of check-ins, and that kind of thing. So once the project proposal has been vetted and approved, the planting partners will then meet those different standards. And once the trees have been planted during the rainy season of that region, our planting partners will then report back to us about how the project went, what they're expecting for the future, and using different MRV tactics like satellite imaging, drone technology, geotagged photos, all kinds of really cool factors like that, which give us a lot to go off of.
That's awesome. It's nice to see how technology is helping you do your role as well, sort of for the positive. So thank you so much. That's all we have time for today, Michelle, but thank you so much for joining us. Again, anyone listening, please jump onto the DevSecCon for Good page and pop a donation in there, and really let's help One Tree Planted do some more amazing.
That was such a nice initiative that, and it's so incredible to hear what's happening. I think I'm definitely going to think about my computer usage differently now. I'm like, do I really want to use it for this long? Because yeah, I guess you forget like the cost of using technology and all the electricity that we do use in a day-to-day life, and it seems to be more and more as well. But I'm so happy that DevSecCon is sort of supporting something, and I think as a community we use a lot of computers, so I'm glad we're doing something to sort of give back as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's plant more trees. I think that's going to only help us. Yeah,
definitely. Global warming is a thing. I know I'm in London and I'm definitely feeling it. So it's definitely much hotter than it ever has been. But I know we are sort of, in terms of time, we're trying to just make sure we're keeping pace. And we have had Igor backstage. So he's going to join us for his talk, which is around public key caching strategies for token signature validation. So he's going to take us through different caching strategies that people can implement. How does that impact, things like performance, security trade-offs? What are the benefits and liabilities associated with that? So thanks for joining us, Igor.
Hello.
Perfect. So we'll start off your session and we'll let you take it away.
Okay, thank you, guys. Hello, everyone. My name is Igor Yanichevich, and today I'll be talking to you about public key caching strategies for token signature validation. So first, a little bit about myself. I'm a principal engineer at National Australia Bank, and I've been in the security kind of industry for more than I remember, really. And the last 15 years I spent as security architect and security consulting. And I pretty much specialize in the digital identity and access management. So today we're going to cover, obviously, the caching strategies for public keys, but also I'm going to touch, in terms of a brief introduction, to some other areas like what it really is the public key cryptography or asymmetric cryptography. We're going to look at the JSON web tokens, which are the tokens that we want to actually validate signature for. We're going to look at the OAuth and OpenID Connect protocols at a very high level, because this is where JWT tokens are mostly used these days, although you can use them elsewhere as well. We'll look at the high-level steps for JWT validations, and then we're going to focus on the actual caching strategies. So I'm going to talk about 3 different strategies today. We're going to compare their trade-offs and provide some recommendations. So first, let's start with a brief introduction to asymmetric or public key cryptography. I'm not sure whether you're familiar with that, but essentially, this is a cryptography technique which uses 2 mathematically related keys. One is called a public key, and the other is called a private key. And the characteristics of those keys is that it's very hard to compute a private key if you only know the public key. So that means that public keys can be shared. You can actually publish them in a newspaper if you really want, as long as the corresponding private key is kept secret. So the asymmetric cryptography is typically used in 2 main use cases. One is to encrypt the messages between the parties that want to communicate securely, and the other is to provide some sort of authentication or authenticity of the message, which is sent from one party to another. So in this particular case, if you have 2 parties, let's call them Alice and Bob. Alice can send an encrypted message to Bob that nobody else can read but Bob, if she can use the Bob's public key to encrypt that message. And because public key is published in a newspaper, Alice should really be having access to that very easily. And Bob is the only person that's got access to the corresponding private key, which means that Bob is the only person that can actually read the message. And that's the whole point of this encryption. On the other hand, if Bob needs to be assured that the message that he's receiving coming from Alice and nobody else, then we can use digital signing, where Alice can actually use her private key to sign the message, and then will send the message to Bob, and Bob will then use the Alice's public key to verify that that message really came from Alice. Okay, so let's now look at the JSON Web Tokens, or JWTs. JWT is really a standard data structure that was defined by RFC, and it contains sort of a JSON object that can be digitally signed or encrypted. So when the JSON object is digitally signed, that particular structure then becomes known as JWS. When it's encrypted, then it becomes known as JWE. When the JWS structure is serialized, it contains 3 parts. It's contains a header, a payload, and a signature. Header is a JSON object that contains some metadata about the actual JWT, and it's called header for that reason. And it contains some parameters there that describe, for instance, the algorithm being used, and what is the key identifier that's being used for signing. Payload is where the most of the information is being transferred. So payload contains attributes which are called JWT claims. They're just JSON object members. And eventually there is a signature, which is essentially securing both header and payload. Everything is base64 encoded, all 3 parts, and they're separated by a dot. So the important JWT parameters and claims, I already touched upon that. So in the JWT header, we have the algorithm parameter, which identifies which cryptographic algorithm is being used to secure the JWT. There is another one which is very important, and that's the key ID. And that parameter actually identifies the key, the actual signing key that was used to secure the JWT. In terms of the algorithms, you can use both symmetric and asymmetric cryptography to sign or secure JWT. In this particular case, we're focusing only on asymmetric or public key cryptography. So in the JWT payload, there's some other important payloads. One of them is called issuer, which actually identifies the principal that issued and signed the JWT. Typically, that's a URL that identifies the party that is that has issued that particular JWT. There's also a subject, which identifies the principal that this JWT is all about. We have the expiry date, the date that the JWT is being issued, and the audience, which is basically intended recipient for that JWT. There's some obviously other parameters in the payload, which will contain some additional information, but these are the ones that are important from the security point of view when we're actually validating the JWT. So I'd like to introduce briefly the OAuth 2 and OpenID Connect protocols, because these are the protocols that have that make extensive use of JWT tokens. And OAuth 2 is an open standard delegated authorization protocol, which was defined by a number of RFCs. OpenID Connect is an open standard identity layer on top of that protocol. And OAuth 2 actually allows a resource owner to grant access to their resources, which are hosted on a resource server, to some application, which is called OAuth Client, without sharing the credential, so that OAuth Client can then access those resources on behalf of the resource owner. So if you use the social media like Facebook, you're actually using OAuth. When you, for instance, if you go to a site where you are being asked to sign using Facebook or sign using Google, this is where the OAuth protocol is being implemented. You're essentially authenticating to Facebook, which acts as authorization server, and then you're granting access to that application that you're trying to sign in to access your email. And by doing so, you're essentially providing that application with your identity, and you're being authenticated to that application, that third-party application. So in terms of the protocol participants, we have a resource owner, which is typically a user, a resource server, which is a web server that serves some pages, some information, some resources. There's an OAuth client, which is typically a third-party application that want to get access to those resources on behalf of the resource owner, on behalf of the user. And we have the authorization server that manages the whole protocol, authenticates the resource owner, authenticates the client and issues some tokens, which is why we're talking about this protocol, that will then give the OAuth client access to the resource server. So JOTS, as I said, extensively used in the OAuth protocol and OpenID Connect protocol. The most important one is the ID token and access token. They can be defined as a JOT and implemented as a JOT, and then we need to validate them. Also, some client authentication techniques require use of the JOT, and there's some other extensions to those two protocols which will basically make use of JOTs. So essentially, whenever JOT is used or presented to a relying party, it needs to be validated. And if asymmetric cryptography is used to digitally sign that JOT, which we can tell by the algorithm in the header, then the relying party really need to obtain the public key from the authorization server in order to validate that signature. So in order to validate signature, we need to manage those public keys. And there are essentially two options there. We could use static keys. Essentially, the relying party can just store a copy of the key and don't worry about managing it further. The problem with that approach is that if the authorization server who's signing the JOTs and sending them to the relying party needs to change the key, to roll the key, then the process of updating the copy on the relying party is very tedious, and it's typically manual. And it can actually lead to outages if it's not done properly or in time. This is why the static keys are not really frequently used, at least not in the internet connected system when you have multiple parties that need to synchronize those keys. This is where typically the dynamic key management is used, where relying party can actually use a particular protocol, called OpenID Connect Discovery, to obtain the copy of the public key from the authorization server when it's needed. And in that case, the key rollover is automatic. So each time the key is changed, the authorization server will use the new key to sign the JOT. And when the relying party obtains that JOT, the relying party will then look at the key identifier in the header. And if that's something that I haven't seen before, then they will obtain the key from authorization server, the public key from authorization server, and validate the signature. However, getting the keys from the authorization server, each time you need to validate the JOT, are very expensive because you need to make two network calls to authorization server. One to get the authorization server metadata, and then the other to actually get the set of public keys. So that's why that is why we need to actually consider public key caching. So the actual step for validating the JOT using the OpenID Connect Discovery protocol is when the relying party receives the JOT, needs to deserialize it, then get the values of the algorithm and the key ID parameters. They construct the URL based on that issuer in the JOT token by adding the well-known OpenID configuration extension. Then we will need to do a GET request on that URL to obtain the metadata about the authorization server. And one particular metadata will be the JOX URI parameter. And then that JOX URI parameter will actually hold the list of public keys for that authorization server. So then the relying party will obtain that list, and it will look into that list and find the key which is identified with the same key ID, and it's used for signing. That's what the use attribute must be signature, and has the same algorithm as the JOT that we're trying to validate. And finally, we'll use the identified public key to validate the JOT signature. So this is all very expensive, as I said. So it's for performance reasons, most relying parties decide to actually cache those keys. So that's possible because typically those keys do not change very often. And as we said, getting the public key from authorization server is an expensive operation and introduce the latency in the whole JOT validation. There's also a risk of denial of service attack. For instance, if we go to authorization server each time to obtain the key, then the potential attacker can just bombard the relying party with a large number of tokens, And each time the authorization server sees the new token, they will try to hit the authorization server to get the public key to validate the signature. That is why the most relying parties will actually cache the key, so they don't have to do that. Obviously, when with every cache, when we cache things locally, then there's a problem of currency of that cache. So we need to have some strategies for refreshing that cache from time to time to make sure that we have a fresh copy of the key when needed. And this is where we start talking about caching strategies, and they all have different trade-offs. Some are better from the security point of view, some are better from a performance point of view. So we'll basically look into those strategies right now. So let's start with the do nothing strategy. So basically just not do the caching. So if we don't do the caching and we obtain the key each time from the authorization server, then obviously we have some benefits. That caching strategy is very easy to implement because there's nothing to implement. There's no cache. There's no also issues with cache currency because there is no cache. However, it is vulnerable to denial of service attacks because each time the token is presented for validation, we will need to go and hit the authorization server to obtain a new set of keys. Also, it will have a negative impact in terms of performance and the latency because we need to make those two network calls to authorization server in order to process every single transaction that's presented to us that's secured by the job token. Next next strategy that we're going to look at is called on-demand refresh caching strategy. So the idea here is that we don't hit the authorization server asking for a new key each time we have the token that we need to validate. So we look at the key identifier parameter, and if we identify that that key identifier does not exist in our cache, that means that the new key has been presented or used, sorry, for job signing. So we will only go to authorization server to refresh our cache and to obtain a new fresh set of keys if we encounter that there is a new key being used that we haven't seen before. So this is relatively easy to implement. We still need to implement the cache, but the mechanics of it is pretty simple. There are no cache currency issues because each time we see a new key, we in a job that we don't have a copy of, we hit the authorization server and we obtain the fresh copy of the key so we can continue validation. However, there's some liabilities with this strategy as well. It's still vulnerable to the denial of service attacks because attackers can essentially just compute or generate a large number of fake tokens with random values of the key ID parameters in the header. So that will cause our relying party to hit authorization server pretty much on every transaction because each transaction will contain a different job token with a different random key ID value. So therefore, if this service is exposed to the internet, it could be vulnerable to a denial of service attack. Another problem with on-demand refresh caching strategy is that it could potentially be trusting the old keys, which are revoked, because the trigger for cache refresh is the appearance of the new token with a new key ID value. So, for instance, if the authorization server revokes the signing key, but there are some old tokens signed using the old potentially compromised key still being used, then the relying party doesn't know that it needs to go and refresh the cache and will still trust those old tokens signed with all potentially revoked or compromised key. So this is one of the problems with this strategy. The next strategy is a regular refresh caching strategy. So the idea here is that we will have a timer, and on a regular time intervals, we will refresh the cache, regardless of whether we see jobs signed using new keys or not. The main advantage of this strategy is that it's resistant to denial of service attack because attackers can send us jobs with random key ID values, but that will not cause us to actually hit authorization server for every transaction. We will wait for the timer, and only then we will go and refresh our cache. However, we have a problem with the currency of the cache, because depending on that time interval, how long or short that time interval is, the cache could become stale because we might not have the latest copy of all the keys. And also it could have negative impact on system performance, because we will work on the timer, so we will refresh regularly the cache, even if we don't really need to do it because no keys have changed. So there is a possibility that we can fine-tune this caching strategy by decreasing or increasing the time interval in order to get a balance between the performance and currency of the cache. There is another strategy. It's called refresh on expiry. So this is sort of a hybrid strategy where we look at two possible conditions that will trigger the cache refresh. So we will set a timer or expiry on the actual cache, but we will also look for new keys being presented or new key ID values that will come with the job. And only if the cache has expired and the new job, the new key has been used to sign the job, and that job has been presented to us, we will trigger the cache refresh. This will allow us to be resistant to denial of service attack, because cache refresh will not be triggered for each new key ID value. And the system performance is actually not too bad, because the cache is only refreshed when needed. We don't do it on every, let's say, expiry. We only do it when it expires and there is a new key being used. These are the good things. The bad things is that the cache can also become stale, because if you don't see the new key ID value, then we won't refresh the cache. And also, if the cache has not expired, we will not refresh the cache. So there's potentially a period of time where we will rejecting the valid tokens that have been used, they've been signed using the new key, just because the cache has not expired. And also there will be cases where we could actually trust the potentially revoked keys, because we haven't seen the job with a new key ID value that will trigger the refresh even after the cache expiry. So what do we recommend? Obviously, no cache strategy is generally not recommended, and it must never be used for internet-facing services because it's got security vulnerabilities. The on-demand refresh strategy can potentially be used for non-critical internally facing services where we are not facing internet. And it must not really be used for internet-facing services because we have this security vulnerability where denial of service can happen. Regular refresh strategy is potentially can be used for critical internet-facing services if we reduce the cache interval to be relatively small, so we actually refresh our cache more often. And that will obviously address the cache currency issue. However, obviously it will have impact on performance, so we need to get that trade-off right. It is suitable for internally facing services on the proviso that the load or performance is not an issue. Now, refresh on expiry is probably providing the best trade-offs for both internal and non-critical internet-facing services. For internal services, we can actually further manage the risk of stale cache by, if we control the authorization server internally, we could roll the key first and then wait for a cache expiry timeout to pass before we start using it. So that way we will not have the risk of the stale cache. So we can actually delay the use of the new signing key until the cache expiry interval has passed, and therefore, when we present the job with a new key ID value, that will trigger the cache refresh and we'll be all good. So that was pretty much all. Do we have any questions?
We don't have any questions at the moment. So probably what people can do is they can reach out to you in the speaker section on the Hopin, as well as they can reach out to you on LinkedIn or Twitter, which is shared on the Hopin as well. Thank you so much. It was really wonderful session.
Yeah,
Thank
it was
you.
a really lovely session, Igor. And thanks for, I think I really liked the last slide where you kind of just brought it all together and gave some really good recommendations as well. I think it's one of those hygiene things that, people often forget, but, it's so important. So thank you for sharing.
Thank you for having me. Cheers.
Yeah. So hi everyone. Now you can actually send out a DM to DevSecCon Twitter handle by this code, using this code. Make sure you send at least 2 of the codes from the section so that you can win chance to get Nintendo Switches. Also, you can visit the booths that are there on Hopin so that you can win wonderful prizes by our sponsors. So without further ado, shall we invite our next speaker?
Yeah, for sure. Let's bring him in.
Great. All right. We would get him in. And here we have our speaker. 1 second. No, not the seconds. 1 minute. All right. We have hit here.
Thank you.
Hey, Karen, how
hi.
are you?
Yeah, good. Thank you. Yourself?
Pretty good. I think we've had a fun event so far, and we've had some really good talks, but we're looking forward to your one as well.
Thank you. Yeah, now it's been really, really good. Yeah, I've been listening to some of the talks. I just finished work at 5, and been listening to those talks in the background.
Amazing. So you woke up early for DevSecCon APJ. That's really amazing.
No. It's I'm in New Zealand, right? So it's actually 7:30 p.m. of my time.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
So without further ado, we're going to start off with your session, which is about building security pipeline. Especially for anyone who's looking for building pipeline, let's hear from Karan, who has some really wonderful things to share. So let me bring your presentation in and we can get started. Shilpi and I will go backstage and give you the stage now.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Firstly, I would like to thank you, the whole DevSecCon team for putting together this really, really awesome event and for giving me the opportunity to present, what I've put together for this conference. So my talk is based on how to build your first DevSecOps pipeline. So let's dive into it. A little bit about myself. My name is Karan. I'm the founder of WiseFox Security. So this company focuses on, providing services in offensive security and DevSecOps consulting. I've done a few certifications, as you can see, and my passion is web mobile pen testing and doing DevSecOps and introducing tools into the CI/CD pipelines. You can follow me on Twitter if you like. I do have a YouTube channel as well that you can see here. I do post content here and there. So if you like, DevSecOps or pen testing related videos, please subscribe my channel. That's me. So the agenda for today. So what I want to do is I want to take you through, with some of the foundations of DevSecOps stuff, like what DevSecOps is, why DevSecOps is important. We will look at some of the DevSecOps buzzwords. We will look at, a functioning CI/CD pipeline. And then we will compare what a traditional security approach looks like versus how the shift left approach actually looks like. And then I'm going to give you a practical walkthrough of a working pipeline. And that pipeline is based on GitLab. And within that pipeline, I've created various stages, and we have introduced different sort of toolings, security tooling at each of the stage of that pipeline to detect our security issues as early as possibly we can. So yeah, with this, we will look at, our first thing first, what is DevSecOps? Well, everybody sort of knows what DevSecOps is. DevSecOps stands for Development, Security, and Operations. So usually, with DevSecOps, what we're trying to do is we're trying to introduce our security controls in every stage of the software delivery. So for example, if you have a pipeline, right, you've got to build, test, integrate, deploy, and then monitor sort of stage. We want to introduce our security tooling within those pipeline stages. So at least we can detect some of the security issues as early as possible, right? With the help of DevSecOps, we also try to shift the security to the left. And with that, what happens is we are part of the development stage. So we are part of like each of the stage that developers gonna hit in that CI/CD pipeline, and the security that we, as a security professionals, the value that we are adding to the team is not just on the far right, but it is also as part of each and every stage. So as a DevSecOps consultant or an engineer, we are integral part of that whole CI/CD pipeline, not just looking at some of the security issues when the artifact is actually deployed in the production environment. So in this diagram, as I was talking about, how you have different sort of stages, you can see we've got plan and develop, we commit the code, we do some building of the code, we test code, and then if all is fine, we deploy that to production, and then our operate sort of stage kicks in. But if you see underneath these stages, we have so many different security activities that we can introduce. And with the help of these security activities, we are introducing security controls as we are developing our software. We will look at each and every one of these security activities in upcoming slides, and what can we introduce, maybe mainly from open source perspective before we go through any commercial offerings. So let's look at now why DevSecOps is important, right? So we looked in the previous slide what DevSecOps is, but now the question comes, why do we need to do DevSecOps? I answered this, in the previous slide a little bit, but the whole purpose of doing DevSecOps is that we want to identify security issues as early as possible in our CI/CD pipelines or in our software delivery, software deployment. So with the help of DevSecOps, what we are trying to do is we're trying to shift the mindset of our development teams. We are trying to, provide them with the security mindset as early as possible. So even the developers and the people who are developing your product, they are thinking about security, and it's not something that is thought after you have developed everything and now you're ready to go to production. So security is your integral part when you're developing stuff. So that's also an importance of your DevSecOps. Part of DevSecOps initiatives, you can run programs like security champions. You're providing training to people who are passionate about security as part of your organization, and then they become the security advocates of your DevSecOps journey. And these security advocates will help you shift that mentality that security is something that we have to build into our design. Security is something that we have to build at each and every step of the way. So that's going to really help shift that mentality. Also, with the help of DevSecOps, you can provide that you have that assurance that look, we have done some level of security testing in each and every stage of our software development. Therefore, you are not just relying on like a single pen test end of the day that may or may not happen when you deploy your artifact in production. So moving on to the next phase of our DevSecOps journey, we're going to look at some of the buzzwords, people who probably just starting their journey, maybe as a security engineers in this DevSecOps space. We're going to look at some of the buzzwords that we probably hear every time you're probably having that conversation with your security engineers or security consultants. So the first thing first that you hear is SAST. So what is SAST? Well, SAST stands for Static Application Security Testing. Now, in simpler terms, SAST helps you identify security issues in your source code. So this means if you have a source code written in Java, like you have some source code files, repository where you're storing your source code, you can run a SAST tool to identify security issues. So your typical SAST tools will identify issues such as, you're not sanitizing your input correctly. So those issues may lead to cross-site scripting, SQL injections, SSRF vulnerabilities, and whatnot, right? So those are like your typical issues that you're going to detect with SAST. Now, you also need to keep in mind that when you're running a SAST tool, your application is not running. All you have is a code base, and you're just pointing and shooting your SAST tool at your source code. So therefore, your vulnerability is going to look very different when you run the next tool, which is SAST. Some of the examples of your SAST tools are SonarQube. Snyk offers really, really good offerings in the SAST space. You've got Veracode, you've got HP Fortify, and so many other vendors who offer similar sort of tooling. Then we move on to the next buzzword that we hear is DAST. Now, DAST stands for Dynamic Application Security Testing. Now, if with the help of this tooling, what we are trying to do is we're trying to find vulnerabilities in a running web application. Also, not just web applications, but also APIs. So what we are doing is we are pointing our tool to an application URL or to an API endpoint, and we are trying to identify vulnerabilities. We will look at in the later stage of our presentation that how are we integrated OWASP ZAP to identify security vulnerabilities in our web application. Now, you have to keep this in mind that in DAST, your application is in running state. So your findings or your security findings with DAST are going to vary from what you would identify from SAST. Now, again, you have various vendors who offer DAST tooling. You've got AppScan, you've got Checkmarx, again, you've got Burp Suite, you've got StackHawk, and so many other vendors who offer similar sort of tooling. The next two buzzwords that probably making more and more noise in the last couple of years. The first one is RASP, which stands for Runtime Application Self-Protection. Now, you keep it with RASP, if you're not aware of what it is, treat it as this is type of preventative and a very, like a sort of like a protective measure that you have within your application. So what you do is you deploy an agent on your web application server, and with the help of RASP, what it does is it analyzes your application. And whenever your application is under attack, like say if an attacker is trying to do a SQL injection or trying to exploit a vulnerability that they may have found in your application, with the help of RASP, you could actually protect against those sort of vulnerabilities in real time. So it provides you protection against those attacks in real time. Some people do confuse RASP with WAF, which is Web Application Firewall, but this sort of play kind of similar, but still a little bit different in few ways. So you've got few vendors who offer these sort of toolings as well. You've got Imperva, you've got Signal Sciences, you've got Contrast Protect, and also there are other vendors as well. And the next buzzword that we hear is interactive application security testing. Now, with the interactive application security testing, what we're trying to do is, so we take all the pros of SAST and DAST and we combine them together to get more comprehensive analysis of your application's security posture. With IAST or interactive application security testing, you deploy an agent on the web application server, and what it does is it analyzes how much coverage does your security tests have, or what's the coverage looks like across your source code when you're performing different type of testing. And with the help of IAST, we can ensure that we cover all of our code base, and then it will also help us analyze our application security posture more thoroughly. And again, you've got some vendors offering this, as you can see. I know I'm talking a lot, but we'll look at some of the demos in upcoming slides. Next thing that we're going to look at is SCA, or software composition analysis. We're looking at, with the help of software composition analysis, we are trying to find vulnerabilities in our applications dependencies. Now, these days, your code base relies on so many different dependencies, libraries, and the SCA tooling is super important when you're developing and building your software. So you've got various vendors who offer these type of toolings. You've got GitHub Dependabot, again, you've got Sneak, you've got Veracode, you Retire.js, Safety. There are a number of other open source alternatives as well. Last but not least, we've got the typical DevOps these days who are in DevOps space. They know what infrastructure as code is. Now, this is again the way of managing your infrastructure and its deployment with the help of code. So everything you do, you don't have to do clicking through the console. All you're doing is you're writing your code, and with the help of that code and the configuration, you're deploying your infrastructure. So everything that you're deploying is controlled through code. That's why it is called infrastructure as code. You've got some big players in this, like you've got Terraform, which is platform agnostic. Then you've got AWS CloudFormation. You've got Ansible, Chef, Puppet, and few others. Now, we've covered these buzzwords, and we're going to look at some of the traditional security processes. So this is going to look at how we approach security, like when you don't have DevSecOps model in your organization. So let's look at what we've got here, right? So these are your different stages of a pipeline, as you can see. You do, say for example, you've deployed something in production. Now it is accessible, it's available to everyone. Now you get a pen test done, maybe after 6 months or even before you go live, you get a pen test done. And in that pen test, they have found a SQL injection in your web application. Now, since they have found a SQL injection in your web application and you know that this is a critical vulnerability, you have to fix this, right? Now, again, that finding needs to make all the way back to your development stage. That finding needs to be shown to the developers. That finding needs to be triaged, needs to be shown to the developers. Now, developers have to think about fixes, right? As you can see, we developed stuff, we deployed it. Again, we found a vulnerability. Now we're coming back to the same sort of stage again where we started. And now we are again writing code to fix the vulnerability. Now, you can imagine how much time it takes, firstly, to develop something, to deploy, then getting a pen test done. Again, you're finding issues and you're getting security issues that you identified. You have to fix them. Look at that whole cycle. Could take you easily a couple of months before you would actually fix that SQL injection in your production environment. Now we're going to look at what if you have a DevSecOps model or some sort of tooling embedded into your CI/CD pipelines. Here, we're going to look at the shift left approach. Here, what we have done is same thing, but while you're developing your product or your software, you have introduced a source code review. That could be a typical SAST tooling that you have integrated in your build stage, for example. With the help of that SAST tool, you've picked up that SQL injection here, right? You didn't have to wait for that pen test to detect this issue. You have detected this issue in an automated fashion as part of your build stage, and that particular issue is fed back to the development to the developers who were writing this code, probably in real time, right? And you can imagine how quickly you identified this versus when you were waiting for a pen test or some sort of other security testing to happen end of the day. So here you have also reduced your development cycle. You didn't have to wait longer, and that particular vulnerability didn't have to go all the way to production for someone to exploit. So you can see the value of introducing some sort of automation, some sort of security tooling as part of your pipeline. Now, in this diagram, now this is not just limited to a SaaS tooling, right? You can see each and every stage that I've sort of tried to showcase here with the help of this diagram. You can introduce number of security activities for each and every stage. You can kick off any sort of story with threat modeling. Then you can have SAST being done against your code base. Then you can look at secret scanning. You can use Trufflehog. You can use any other open source based scanner who can identify security vulnerabilities or secrets in your code base. You can have software composition analysis tooling that can pick up on your third-party libraries, outdated libraries. As you can see, each and every stage and every step on the way has some sort of tooling embedded into that pipeline. So what that's going to do, no matter how many releases you are doing every week, you have some security assurance. Typical organizations these days have at least 10 to 20 releases per week. And you can imagine you're not getting any security testing done if you're not using any of these tools, or you don't have any security automation. You're just waiting on a pen test or to be done maybe 6 months or 12 months down the line. But look at the gap between your releases and when you get a pen test done. What happens in between is that your security. So that's your security posture. That's your security risk right there. So you probably have to look at what can you pick and choose and can introduce in your CI/CD pipelines. You don't have to do all of this, but at least you can maybe pick and choose some of these tools that you can introduce in your as part of your software development. I've built this, so I've built a lab which is free of cost, and I want to share this with you, that you can also build yourself to maybe test your tools, maybe to test your CI/CD pipelines that have some security tooling in them. So what I've done is I've got my host machine, my laptop. From my laptop, I've got a free account on GitLab, and then from Git, like on my host machine, I've created 2 VMs. One VM is called the GitLab runner, and the other VM is my deployment server. So for this purpose of this presentation, I've got a vulnerable a Python application which will be deployed to my deployment server, and then I will be running number of security tools against it, and I will showcase that to you in my pipeline. So here you can see, you might be wondering what is GitLab Runner and why did I have to run that in a virtual machine? So GitLab Runner takes all the jobs that you create or as part of your GitLab deployment. So you can run those jobs on GitLab runners. Now, GitLab Runner can be self-hosted, like you can host them yourself, or you can use the cloud version of GitLab Runner that will be running on GitLab. I just chose to use my own because it was free. So that's why the whole setup is free of cost. And then I've got another VM which is running Linux where I will be deploying my application. Now, in your typical or in a bigger scale, you might have you can replace that deployment server with an EC2 instance on AWS, or it could be an EKS. You might be deploying on an EKS cluster and whatnot. But in this little lab, I've just got a virtual machine that I've created. So this is what my pipeline looks like. I've got a build, test, release, deploy, and integration stage. Each of the stage has security tooling embedded in. So I've got a software composition analysis, two of them. I've got retire.js, I've got safety, I've got a SAST tool, which is specifically for the Python language to find vulnerabilities in the code base that is there. I've got a truffle hog, which is there to detect secrets. If I'm leaving any secrets behind in my source code, it can help detect that. Once all of that is done, what I'm doing is I'm building a Docker image and I'm uploading that Docker image to Docker Hub. And once it is uploaded to Docker Hub, I'm using Sneak to scan that Docker image for vulnerabilities. Once I'm satisfied with that, I'm pulling that Docker image down and deploying that Docker image to my deployment server that I was showing you in the previous slide. So that deployment would run my vulnerable application that is written in Python, and then that becomes available on this URL. Now, if you paid attention to that DAST buzzword I talked about, now the application is in running state. I can point my DAST tools to it. Like, for example, I'm using OWASP ZAP. I'm using Nikto, which is again open source. And just for the sake of it, I'm running Nmap against that IP address to see what ports are open. So this is at a high level what my pipeline looks like. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you that working pipeline in GitLab. So let me just probably that's what you guys are thinking, but let me share my screen where I've got that GitLab logged in. So 1 second, please. There we go. Please let me know if you can see my other screen. Cool. Awesome. So now we are logged into GitLab, and in GitLab, I'm hosting my vulnerable Python application, right? And if you've never used GitLab, please keep in mind this particular file plays an important role in GitLab. So gitlab-ci.yaml. So if I go inside this file, this is where I have defined each and every stage that I showcased you what that my pipeline looks like. So you can see build, test, release, deploy, and integration. So these are my 5 stages of the pipeline. And as part of that, I have introduced these security tools. I am doing a software composition analysis with retire.js. I am doing same thing, but with another tool called safety. And then I'm running Bandit, which is going to find security issues in the Python code base with the SAST tooling. Then I'm using Truffle Hog for secret scanning. Then I'm releasing that particular Docker image to Docker Hub. After that, I'm deploying that Docker image to my deployment server that you can see here. Now, for example, if you have a different, because in this example I am only deploying it to my server, but in your case you might be deploying it to AWS, with the help of infrastructure as code or something like that. But the concept is still the same. Then once it is deployed, I'm running my tool like Zap. I'm running, for example, Nikto, and I'm running Nmap scan, right? So this is at a high level what this whole pipeline is going to do. Now, one more thing, I think this is probably a little takeaway. This flag here says allow failure is equal to true. Now, what that means is, even if my tool is identifying security vulnerabilities, I don't want my pipelines to fail. I want the pipeline to proceed to the next stage. That means we are not holding on, we are not failing pipeline, and we are stopping teams from delivering their software to production. You may need to leave that flag there if you are not mature in your DevSecOps journey. As you are maturing, you might want to then start removing this flag, which means if a tool detects any security issue, I want to fail the pipeline, until we fix that security issue, and then you would move on to the next stage, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click here, and it's going to show you a very nice sort of graph here that how our pipeline looks like. And I'm going to show you quickly, if I go inside the SAST bandit, here you can see the security issues detected by the SAST tool. Now, look, I didn't have to wait for a pen test. I didn't have to wait for a third party to tell me that there is a SQL injection, for example, here. Even though this is false positive, still, it picked it up. As a security engineer, you would help triage that issue. But I didn't have to wait for this feedback. I didn't have to wait for this vulnerability to be identified. Another thing, this SaaS tool picked up that I have a hard-coded password in my code base. This is a true positive finding. There is a hard-coded password. Now you can take this issue, you can tell your developers, please use please use secure mechanisms for storing your credentials. Hard coding password is not the way in your source code. So similarly, we can go back and we can maybe look at some of the results for ZAP. What did ZAP identified? So ZAP identified number of vulnerabilities, but it also told us how many of the checks passed and how many of the issues it has identified. Like it found some vulnerable JavaScript libraries. It found that HTTP only flag is not set. People who know, why do we need this? Well, this will help you protect your cookie against, for example, against XSS attacks, right? So nobody would be able to read your cookie if you've got that flag set. So you can see there are lots of issues that ZAP identified. The beauty of these tools is tools are like, you could tweak these configurations and you can find lots of more granular level stuff. And then again, you have very, very really good offerings commercially, which can provide you like same sort of stuff, but more true positive findings, maybe can provide you more advanced type of API scanning and stuff like that. So similarly, we can maybe, if you like, we can look at what Nmap found. So we ran an Nmap scan and it found 2 open ports against my deployment server. So yeah, again, it's easy. It's all tools that you're seeing in this pipeline. They're all open source. I haven't paid for anything, but this is still identifying security vulnerabilities. Again, just want to give you a quick tip that if you are on your DevSecOps journey, you do not have to start with commercial tooling. You can look at some open source alternative for proof of concept, and then you can go ahead and you can start investing in more of your commercial tooling. But for now, that's all from me. And I would stop sharing this and I would just go back to my other screen.
Thank you so much for that, Karan. That was really insightful. And I think DevSecOps is one of those topics that has been around for such a long time, but I think it's still one of those things that I think most people don't fully understand. So thank you for like sort of breaking it down for us, getting through all the buzzwords. There's always like more and more every year.
That's right.
And more acronyms. So I'm glad you kind of took us through that. And it's great that you shared something that people can probably try out. And, that vulnerable by design things are always well respected. So no, thank you so much for that. I'm sure everyone thoroughly enjoyed that.
Awesome. Thank you. Is there any questions?
We don't see any questions, but we do want to share something very, very interesting with you, with all of you. Shilpi, do you want to share it?
Yeah. So as everyone knows that, we are running quite a few giveaways and our sponsors have been generous enough to do various different ones. So one of our sponsors for this event is Bright Security, and they have been giving away $100 gift cards, and it sounds like they have just announced their first winner, which is Sumit Kumar. So congratulations. I think that's going to come your way from the team from DevSecCon. And also for anyone following along, if you feel you're missing out, you haven't, we will still have many of these giveaways happening through our EMEA and our America session as well. So you will have far more opportunities, as we run through this to enter many of these different giveaways. But congratulations, Sumit, for the voucher.
And yes, for Karan, if you've gone through the session and you are listening to us right now, you still have a chance to win Nintendo Switches. So you can actually copy this code and DM DevSecCon on Twitter, and you get a chance to win Nintendo Switches. Now, without further ado, we're going to start the wrap up for our APJ session, which we thoroughly enjoyed, Silpi and I. So let's get started with the wrap up.
Yep. So thanks, everyone. Obviously, we had some amazing speakers, and this is, I think APJ. I'm a bit biased, though, even though I've kind of like moved countries, so I don't know which region I should be supporting. But I think at heart, I'll always be APJ, and it's always good because we get to kick off DevSecCon with APJ, and we had some great speakers. We've covered everything from open source to OWASP top 10 and API. Obviously, we've been talking about DevSecOps that Karan just covered off. So there's a lot, and all these sessions are recorded, so you will get to watch them later on YouTube if you want to. Also, we do want to thank all our sponsors. Obviously, these events are not possible without sponsors. There's a lot of things that happen in the background. We have an incredible team that's working in the background. So a quick shout out to Sam, Carrie, and Belle, who've been working in the background for this as well, but also to all of our sponsors here.
Absolutely. And do not miss out to join us on our Discord, which is devseccon.io/Discord community, where we are chit-chatting, we're discussing, and we are sharing in winners to whatnot. Do not share this code with anyone, only DM to DevSecCon. And the most important aspect before we give it over to the EMEA region, that we do have DevSecCon chapters around the world, and we do have 2 chapters in APJ. One is in Australia and the other one is in India. If you want to speak at DevSecCon India, do reach out to me. I would love to help you out. I'm one of the team leads for that, chapter leads for that. So here we are, Shilpi, almost at the end.
And I think the other thing that obviously, we heard a lot about the one tree planted through. So again, throughout the event, if you do feel like donating, it is a great cause. And as I said, being a community that probably has a pretty large carbon footprint, and we can't really get away from it. I think it's great to hear that we're doing that. We're also supporting Girls in Tech and Net Hope as well. So there's a few great initiatives, and it is DevSecCon for good as well. So those are some great charities there. But as Vandana mentioned, EMEA and America is going to kick off very soon. I think EMEA kicks off in the next couple of hours. So you do have a couple of hours to, grab your breakfast, dinner, lunch, whatever time zone you're in, or maybe go for a bit of a walk, switch away from the computers and, reduce the carbon footprint for the next couple of hours. And then you'll be back fresh for the EMEA session, which is hosted by Matt and Sonia.
All right. So thank you so much for listening to us. We already have one of the winners from BrightSec, Sumit Kumar. So I'm sure we will have soon so many winners coming around. So keep tweeting, keep posting, and make sure you actually put a hashtag DSC24 so that we can retweet you. We can make you the winners for all the prizes that we have, wonderful prizes. And do check out the booths that we have. So thank you so much, everyone. And stay tuned.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, everyone who's joined in live as well and is with us at the moment. And hope you enjoy the rest of the event. And thanks, Vandana, for co-hosting.
Thank you, Shilpi.